Welcome to Asbury Pines. Master of Materials, all resources unlocked. You create and shape every resource passing through the history of Asbury Pines. Welcome to the Second Renaissance. Once fragmented, knowledge of the past is pieced together to spark an era of unprecedented human progress. When learning is a right and not a privilege, when empathy is the royal decree, when community empowerment is the ultimate goal, the Second Renaissance is born. The people of Gwent, from the sewer scrubbers under the street to the Exmomus scholars in the tower of the Libraria Rotunda, all hold equal value and dignity. In such a society, human potential is unleashed and exceeds all previous measures. For the first time ever, life's greatest mysteries are within our grasp. Well, Feral Child appeared and apparently time traveled to the Second Renaissance. And became named Yura. Well, I guess that makes Romina not the first time traveler. Unless she's temporally the first? I don't know, I haven't read any of this yet. You're governing, so you will live life instead. You have enough XP to get there mostly, I think. Let's see, we have scavenging zones for the Dust Age, probably. Public well. Put you there, you're currently idle. Put you there, you're currently idle. And then in the work section of the Dust Age, there's Obark Ring Fort, which produces snails, and Meat Processing Stall, which produces hides. Put you there out of the governing section and instead building the thing. That'll take 5-6 minutes. And then in nature, in the Dust Bowl, it'll be all this stuff into prayer. You're currently idle, so get to work. No one currently idle there, so that can wait. Alright, new artifacts. We've got the Roadrunner map and the Exomnus Dictopedia. You're all currently doing stuff. You know what? Exploration and building are less important than investigating artifacts. This is gonna take half an hour? Sheesh. Okay, all the way over here we've got Gwendolyn's Lash, Nathaniel's Coonskin Cap, and Pine Coffin. This is available for you, this is available for Nathaniel only, and this is available for Gwendolyn only. Alright. See how the colonial era is doing for scavenging now. Absolutely nothing getting done. So instead put Feral Child there, and put Elijah there. That produces iron, meat, knowledge, wood, and food. So here, in the colonial era, we've got Bancroft Traders, which produces rocks. How's the stone progressing? 75% of the previous era, and, well, they're kind of outputting plenty of rocks already. Alright, check the nature locations of the colonial. The grass is making its way through. Cemetery could use Captain Ratcliffe. Or Ratliff. Blademan's Skull has been unlocked. Blade Maws. New Hero Bizunta community event. So, new artifact. So that would probably be all the way over this area. Yeah, Blade Maw's Skull. So, Bezold can do that to get some wood. That'll take another half hour. Alright, back to scavenging zones. We got Clay Plaza. You're all working. Okay. Stories. Blade Maw dies after killing a bear, and then eventually they find his skull. Got it. Presumably, the guy is also claiming that he killed it. Neolithic. Invasive species and course of the forest. And then Dust Age, we got a few events. Colonial got a lot of events. And that should be it. Alright. So, Naved dies before hitting the second Renaissance. And before the Time Traveler shows up. This guy presumably lives for at least a few more days. Requires prayers. Napdak to the Neolithic. Still can't do anything with you. But all of the colonial stuff, except for you, is queued up for reading. We've got Gwendolyn Wald. Who are you? Circus trainer. My dear Mr. Pierrot, I hope all is smooth and fair and promising for your circus ventures. I have refrained from writing to you hitherto, as the training of a new batch of orphans has possessed my complete attention. These frontier Indian wars have been a blessing for my work. I seldom see a month without a new arrival to my House of Mercy orphanage. Indian, British, and French children are endlessly rendered parentless by massacres, raids, and conflict. To flavor your expectations, these children show particular aptitude for your circus. Eloise. 7 years. French. Oh, these are, Eloise, 7 years, French. Agile, balanced, with fair appearance. Meek and lowly, and thus takes direction well. Excellent with stilts, tightrope, and trick riding, with strong aptitude for equestrian displays. Colin, 9 years, British. Strong and springy acrobat. A favorable mix of obedient and dull-witted. Skilled in all manner of floor show, tumbling, somersault, hand-walking, hoop, diving. Benedict, 13 years. Indian and British. Intelligent and handsome. Servile and uncomplaining. One of the best clowning prospects as of yet. Adept at juggling, dance, pantomime, and song. All of my orphans are trained rigorously with a healthy fear for an authoritative tongue and whip. They work tirelessly, for I embed the hope that, if chosen by you, they may get a better life. Pray, good sir, if I may be so bold as to suggest the pleasure of receiving your favor soon. Unlike your prison prior visit, you will not be disappointed with this stock. Your most humble and gracious servant, Gwendolyn Wald. Conversation. Gwendolyn. Ah, good day, Monsieur Pelletier. Come in from this cold. I see you've brought me a true wretch today. Jacques. Enchanté, Madame Wald. Excuse this child's, odd ways, s'il vous plaît. She is like animal, scared and fierce with no tongue for language. The bandage on her leg. We found her in the beaver trap meant for a raccoon. A rare creature we spotted with beautiful blanc fur. She is not some sort of Indian. Loins for clothing and animal skin shoes. Not Cherokee, not Shawnee, not Tutelo. Perhaps she is from another tribe. Because she is, how you say, a wretch. I will trade her for 1 British pound. Forgive me, monsieur, but she appears of little use to me. Why, we can hardly determine her age. Ah, but she is strong like bison, quick like fox. A vivante spirit. 2 of my men had to rope her. In France, with training, she can be star of Le Cirque de Paris. Spare me the fantasies. She bears great need for refinement. Her worth is no more than 10 shillings. 13 is fair. She is young and good for shaping. Fine then. 13 shillings for this wretch. Digging day. 1268. Anka covered to date. 8.5 feet deep. Oh, area. 12 feet by width and 9 feet by length. Gwendolyn extracted the big buried stones today, and digging continues. The headache is the same as yesterday, and the day before, and the days before. And infinity. Until infinity, when the animal child hurt us. The doctor and Gwendolyn's head worries him. We are busy. There is little time for anything else. Gwendolyn, where are the nails on your fingers? No matter the emerald lake load awaits. Thus all hands are made to dig and dig. Where are the children? Perhaps mention Monsieur, whatever the guy's name was, will bring Gwendolyn children soon. It has been 3 years since his last visit. What was that strange look on his face when he saw Gwendolyn digging? Loop is what he called me. Before he backed away, as if our faculties are damaged, as if our mind is moonsick, as if Gwendolyn is a mangled savage. Managed? The old coot can call Gwendolyn whatever he pleases. The secret remains betwixt Gwendolyn and myself. There is a green emerald lode on our land. Riches await. Where in heaven are the children? Gwendolyn dies of tetanus from wounds related to digging. February 14, 1748. Feral child. Rar, mine, my green crystal rock. Cease your kicking, you devil. Your hands are tied firm to the post, and I can whip you day and night in this barn. The goats love a show. Big pain from her vine, big pain. See, the whipping stops when you listen. Now, what's this strung around your filthy neck? As I live and breathe, the luster, the brilliance. Did you get this green gem around here? This, where? Rurf, mine, Papa's gift, mine. Show, point, you mongrel. Point with your fingers like this. Where is more? Where? See all my teeth. We'll fight if I must. Oh, misery, an utter savage you are, though I suppose it may be worth teaching you speech if it leads me to more emeralds and, God willing, a more dignified life. Don't stop, run into the woods, legs be strong. There, white raccoon. Yes, go, show me. Left by the big pine. Straight now, yes. Familiar rock line, yes. Cold hurts the chest, body needs food. But I must run back to where I happened, where I first saw this white raccoon. After 2 suns, ugly woman untied my hands and sat down with a bowl of hot mush. Smell was good, like when mother makes deer meat soup with roots. My stomach wanted it, but this ugly woman hurt me. I remember my hurt, my hunger, and I decided she is trickster. She put 2 little tools next a bowl. One I recognized as spoon made of something silvery strange. The other, she pointed down and called it fork. I saw its sharpness. I reached slow for fork and kept my eyes down. Then I grabbed bowl slow. Splash, hot mush in her face. And then I speared the fork sharpness into the side of her head. She howls like a wolf. I tear my gem off her neck and run. Legs are cut from her whipping vine. My hurt foot is hot with pain. Legs be strong. White raccoon, thank you. There, yes, fallen tree. There, spot where the foot teeth clamped me. Yes. Here. I take string in hand like before. Gem swings around my head, and yes, I step through. Captain Oswald P. Ratliff. Good news, Corporal. Good news. Oh, cock and pie, spare me. Major Ainsworth visits my chambers and goes on about all the good fortune befallen me, my commendation for valor, my recommendation to rank of captain. All because I managed to crawl back to camp with my scalp on my head while my brothers in red were butchered and given the Indian shave. How can I cry roast meat when I'll never run again? Me, a gimp. The entire mission was simply doomed from the start. The previous 2 scouting parties had been ambushed by the damned Cherokee. Why should ours be bloody different? Though I do recall seeing a white man donned in animal skin, scarred cheek, fighting most ferociously. Indeed, I remember. I stabbed through a savage with my bayonet, and then this strange man whooped and blasted me in the calf with a Queen Anne flintlock pistol, bashed my head with its butt end. I hit the cold earth, stunned. I could only watch. During the rage of battle, before my eyes closed, this strange white man knelt and held the fallen savage by his head, spoke to him desperately, and pressed his lips deeply to the savage's own. It was the last image, a disgust branded into my memory. That is perhaps the greatest wound. Colonel Ainsworth, so you have my deepest gratitude. I humbly affirm my duties to the Crown and most ardently accept the objectives presented in your previous missive. In truth, my injured leg, though earning me commendation to captain from the Indian Wars, has cloistered my fighting spirit to various offenses and buried it beneath reams of correspondences and ledger work. Ever since the Americans rebelled in Boston years ago, I have longed for the day that allows my return to the field. I find that even a good woman is less invigorating than gunpowder smoke filling the lungs. Thus, I graciously accept leading on horseback your exclusive contingent of light dragoons, the black cloaks, as it were. Rest assured that I shall keep the fiercest demeanor in enforcing order within Bancroft and its surrounds, and I shall ensure safety of the Crown's trade convoys there between. Our reputation shall be unforgiving. I confess, I do also thirst for vengeance. Robbed of my healthy gait by a lowly savage-loving peasant, 'tis my seer pleasure to keep his like healed. Your loyal and humble servant, Captain Oliver P. Ratliff. That's an L. Ratliff. To all Bancroft citizens of these free United Colonies, notice, to report all black war criminals for due punishment. The dishonorable Captain Oliver P. Ratliff has been charged and found guilty of wanton destruction, plunder of private property, and atrocities of murder and grave public harm during the colonial war for independence. For these crimes he is tarred, feathered, and hanged on this day, October 25th, 1781. See that his fellow scoundrels meet God's just punishment. October 23rd, 1781. Captain Ratliff is tarred, feathered, and hanged for his war crimes. Oop, mysterious prisoner is idle, so set you to actually living life. Chief Wahi. Nathaniel, today you are born among the Cherokee. Today you are named Destu, Spring Frog. You honor my son, you honor my family, and you honor my people. Are you prepared to receive our people's mark? Nathaniel Asbury. Waldo, Chief Great Bear. I am blessed and grateful. Otsalahiligia. Your eldest son, Akikata, Determined One, helped me many springs ago to escape Shawnee braves who murdered my family. This cheek scar, it is my constant reminder of his bravery. That debt is mine until my spirit becomes formless to join Unetlavinhi. You speak of debts? You have taught many of us to speak in the white man's tongue. You taught Gawani to read their written code. You saved Akikta from the red cloth Sosidino. I'm not going to pronounce that correctly. 2 sons ago. His stomach wound heals. The debt is mine, Spring Frog. So I proudly ask that you take my daughter in spiritual union. I am most honored. Ledevi, great Chief Bear, I cannot. My heart is held by someone else. Ah, it is, then, as I fear. Do not think it is not seen. You and Akita, you have lain together. It is a Sige, not the tradition. You know this. A man must be a man. He has given his word to take Siyi for a wife, and he will bear many strong Salagi. Ka, Spring Frog, sit. If you leave me now, you dishonor my invitation, my daughter. You may never return to this. Spring Frog, fool. Officer, what is the meaning of this? Your men leash my pigs, my cows. They take sacks of my flour, potatoes. My property is your property? 'Tis the Crown's property, sir. We face great snows in this cruel winter, you see, and King George's royal force must draw resources from his lands while the colonial rebellion rages. Consider it lucky the black cloaks leave you with those vulgar Indian skins you call clothes. Respectfully, this land is just beyond the borders of Bancroft. This is French territory. The deed is French, if you'll allow me to retrieve. You lecture me? Ha ha ha. That's rich. Remove your scarf and show me your face. I simply must know if you indeed look as simple as you sound. Come now, don't have me repeat myself. God gave me more temper than patience. How long, pray tell, have you had that scar on your face? Bloody hell. You're the savage lover, are you not? Oh, the heavens deliver. Let me give you some warmth on this blustery evening. Men, rope this filth and throw him in the house. Lock him inside and set fire. Meet me back at headquarters when it's done. Muster all half ball? I don't know what that letter is. Muster roll of the Bancroft Free Militia in service of the United Colonies. Under leadership of Nathaniel Asbury and in alliance with Chief there is absolutely no way I can read that. It's the guy who started with A previously. Of the Cherokee. February 17th, 1778. The document herewith contains the names of men who, in sound mind and free volition, volunteer to oppose hostilities brought by King George and the local... Oh, the third. And the local... something of the Black Cloak. With these signatures, volunteers pledge to maintain a something military discipline, obey the command of Nathaniel Asbury, and fight for the freedom of their neighbors. Name, age, reasons for volunteering. Man, there is absolutely no way I read all of this. Okay, there's a 43, a 27, 31, 32, 41, 19. Deathless note is Bancroft's pride. Deathless Nate. Okay. Freedom to the colonies. I shall avenge my son Jacob in heaven. Nathaniel Asbury is correct. I am honored to serve N. Asbury. Unlawful conduct of the Black Cloaks. Fur shop ransacked by Black Cloaks. Kill all Black Coat dogs. Black Coat scalps. Moved by the words of Deathless Nathaniel. Neither fire, fear, nor foe can stop our Asbury. Eye for an eye. Join the legend of Deathless. Alright, pause for a moment. George Washington, President of the United States, March 12th, 1784. Most Honorable Nathaniel Asbury, I believe it proper and necessary to extend my gratitude for your volunteerism and valor during our War of Independence. Word of your extraordinary leadership, of your deathless exploits, reached me years ago. Indeed, the mythic tale of your ambush stratagems proved invaluable to various regiments of the Continental Army. It was a spark for their enfeebled morale during the struggles of the 1780 campaigns. Enclosed herein is a charter recognizing the territory of your town that shall forthwith be renamed to Asbury in honor of your leadership and achievements. Thwarting death on numerous occasions, including attempted assassinations by British spies, numerous bounties on your head, and escape from the burning of your home. Skirmishes in the pine woods that routed key British trade and supply lines seeking to arm enemy native tribes on our frontier borders. Securing an alliance with the regional Cherokee chief against an irregular and criminal force of light dragoons. Installing hope in and offering protection to many innocents. I credit your bravery and unique legend in aiding our efforts to free our united colonies. 'Tis my hope that your talents find a near home as the first mayor of the town of Asbury. Your very humble servant, George Washington. September 17th, 1809. Nathaniel Asbury dies of typhoid fever. Alright, well, had a few things happen. Finished examining artifact, and new Strange Mound story unlocked. Accidental time capsule. The irony of a bunker is that it's supposed to protect you from the tomb, but it can easily become one, preserving perfectly the last moments of life and all that's around it. But here is ransacked. Broken equipment, scattered documents, wrecked shelves, overturned tables, stained cement floors, and bullet-chipped walls. The overwhelming smell of musky rot. And yet, secrets of the past bound. Leisure reading, filled with the cravings of a society and the inventions that sate them. Even a powerful weapon. The one that gets an entire constitutional amendment. Beloved like a good car. The 6-shooter is flourishingly inscribed with Maggie. It still glints in the sunlight, as if it still had a little breath left. Just one more shot. Need more rocks. So Naveed is gonna have to get to work. Where do I get rocks? Young Naveed. Locked from exploring. Alright, might as well get you scavenging then. Gwendolyn's Lash. Whips children into circus spectacles. Nathaniel's coonskin cap. A gift from his only love. Pine coffin. Places death displaces life over and over. Plants. We got the daisy. What if I didn't flower? What if my petals weren't white? Cloud white, but dirty, or black, or none. I could be grass, trampled, eaten, dug up, tossed. No second thought. No thought at all, really. The humans who pass through. Destructive creatures. They give me thought. A small one. They gaze. I gaze back. They rip a flower from me. Place it by a stone slab. One moon cycle passes. My flower is back. I have a little beauty. A little protection. It is how I survive. This enclosure. How I thrive. Roots deeper than ever. I tell the grass. Humans may dig you up. Bury more dead. I'd be worried if I were you. Grass said he is not worried. We're dangerous. We're made of blades. That's good. A good way to be. What a summer. A full season of bragging. Flaunting. Razzing the grass. Late spring. Newcomers. A colony of ground beetles. They enjoy my buds. Decide to stay and build. Ambitious. They begin an underhive. Eat pests, aphids, and mites that bother us. Loosen the soil. I look to grass. Do you enjoy this comfort I bring? Silence. So I ask again, and again, with each dewy morning, for a whole moon cycle. Then the hottest days. Bees arrive. What lovely buzzing. A chorus of buzz. They sing. They dance on my flowers, day in, day out. I ask grass, do you enjoy the show I bring? Sweet, sweet silence. So I ask again, and again, with each dewy morning, for a whole moon cycle. One afternoon, close to the time of falling leaves, a garter snake slides in. Snake snacks. Eats a beetle. Another. Munch, munch. Swoop. A hawk. Amazing. Rips the snake from the grass and flies. We all gasp. First time we see this sky predator up close. I ask grass, will this make a good story? Such perfect silence. So I ask again, and again, with each morning chill, as sleep takes me, nice and slow. And grass says, thanks to you, I appreciate winter now. Many, many humans arrived. Most wore black. Some were painted on the face. Everyone in the area came. Those in the woods, those in the settlement, all whispered, all bowed their heads, all gathered around a hole. More grass was gone. An important human is dead. Boxed. Lowered into the ground. His stone slab is big, biggest in the enclosure, big enough that I see the markings in the stone. Mayyor Asbury. The small humans ripped my flowers, tossed them on the box, into the earth. I wonder, what did this dead human do? What is important to humans? Did he give much life? Did he take much life? Is he worth a meadow? A billion blades of grass? 10 billion stories? That night, something incredible happened. Miraculous. Humans returned, lit sticks that blazed up, flew up high, as if among stars. Thunder! A bright explosion. Sparking. Falling. Like snow made of light. They did this a dozen times. The small humans squealed. Boundless. Humans are boundless creatures. I can imagine. Grass would say, now this is a good story. Grass would remember. Then years pass. And Grass would ask, do you remember? The thunder and the snow made of light? I would, then, because of Grass. The grass I grew up with. The grass who joked when in pain. What a cruel thing to realize I had a brother. Only when my brother is gone. September 21st, 1809. Oopsie is uprooted by a groundskeeper. It looks like this is no longer blocked. So the mesquite seed can do this and unlock whatever its next stage of growth is in the dust age. Let's see, got scavengers going here. Don't have enough room. Everyone's busy. Can toss you there. And everyone's doing something. And everyone's busy. Meat processing stalls. Right, you should probably be doing that. Let's see, you are currently idle. Artifacts. Head over to snails. Blade moss skull. Fearsome sigil of Obark's first leader. Plots water holes along ancient roads leading to Obark. Encyclopedia index of every known word's possible meanings. Well, that's all the Dust Age artifacts, I guess. Plant. Mesquite tree. So you live life. That's 7.7, so I'll have 3,000 XP left over when this grows. People. There we go. You're almost there. Injured thief. Mysterious prisoner. And 78 artifacts, which is probably why I had him on artifacts. Still can't do anything with you. You're idle, so just get you living life then. Colonial. Mysterious prisoner, injured thief. Bunch of coordinates. I'm not reading that out. Alright, put Gwendolyn there, put Nathaniel there, because apparently I can't get him to do anything else. Bancroft Fur Traders. Put Elijah there, and the old alehouse. Put the feral child in the alehouse. This could not possibly go wrong. And then we got the grass and Captain Oswald P. Ratliff consuming stone in exchange for that experience, which I do not need. So take you off. You are better at exploring than grass is, therefore you go into the turkey shrubland. These are finally starting to show results. Invasive species. Beside the pine forest, migrating settlers find treeless lands. Meadows of tall, many-flowered grasses that sustain an ecosystem of insects, songbirds, rodents, deer, buffalo, and coyotes alike. All of it springing from deep, fertile soil. All of it slowly unwinding as soon as settlers arrive. Chorus of the forest. The aspen trees chatter amongst themselves. A constant discussion about the world happening around them, to them. From pondering the patterns on a moth's wings to mounting a storm-felled sibling, streams and streams of reflections and conversations flow endlessly across their web of shared roots. For the rest of us, only when the wind shakes their leaves can we hear the aspen chorus, 1,000 voices of a forest churring like an ancient beast. Scroll through here, see if there's anything. This needs a exploration. And this needs an exploration. Currently researching, currently worshipping, currently researching. Alright, toss you there. Need to get this to 100%. Aviary. This requires currently living, currently working, currently scavenging, currently building, currently scavenging. I'll toss the mesquite there. That way, it'll be generating prayers for the living of whoever that was. Jita. Need 7.7k prayers to level you up, and then 7.7k prayers for you as well. And need ideas for you. Alright, well, you live life. Hero Bezulo. Hero of Obark. Slayer of Lizard Beast. Builder of Ringfort. Warrior, ruler of tribe. Feared by enemies. Hero Bezulo of Obark tribe. Jita. I thunk we was gonna die. Them Obark warriors looked real fearsome, yelling and whooping as they come running at us. Old Garrick showed the leader the map we got, explained it was off a roadrunner we trapped during our wandering, and so we got led to this village. Oh, I was scared something big. A few old folk thunk we was being baited like dust rabbits to a bush trap, saying this Oberk tribe could be feasting on weak travelers. We all was real hunger weak from fleeing our village, now a full moon path away, fleeing from the worst kind of men, the kind who eat other men. Thank all the gods we were wrong. We was wrong. Some people in gray robes come just after the warriors, and one of them was real happy we had the map. He spoke clean like a book, says we done good with following his path. Them robed people, quent somethings, all was nice like that and gave us water. Warriors scrambling through our supply sledge and took our knives and spears and such. One of the robed people gasped when she saw a couple sweet taters tumble out. She called herself a botanist, and was explaining that she gonna make this little spud feed us good for a long time. Didn't make sense much, but the mean-looking leader and his warriors seemed to calm down after that. August 19th, 2262. Navid Pradis dies of smoke inhalation in a forest fire. New science. Obtained perk. Finished researching. Guess I gotta go to science real quick. Basic fuel refining. Gritty preservatives. All characters gain plus 15 to nature skills. Alright, so Yura's got a 94. Here we've got a 47 from Old Gavin and a 42 from Funguki. Scarcity in a dusty, dry world means learning to smoke dry salt and honey, all that can be preserved, from fruits to human flesh. Old kerosene, vegetable oil, alcohol, animal fat, cooking grease, improvised refining methods have help survivors cling to the engines and machines of their past. Well, science and government are almost done, it looks like. $11 for that one. 3 hours. Work locations require 80% less resources to build. It's at 24%, at about halfway. 4 hours, and it will decrease to 80% apparently. Humanistic mutualism. Work locations provide +4 resources per action. Labor technology and the means of production are used and developed to advance peaceful and fulfilling ways of life. Mission Bound Ghost unlocked. New mysterious prisoner community event unlocked. What is a mission? Since when are those things existing? Oh, Mission Bound Ghost. Got it. June 30th, 1864. Mysterious prisoner dies of bullet wound infection. His spirit lingers. You require experience, but I do not have the ability to hit the button on you. Elijah B. Quayle. Prayers. How many prayers do I have? Almost enough to finish you off. Well, I'll just start that and pause for a bit. Okay, Elijah B. Quayle. I forgot what your deal was. Right, yeah, the turkey farmer. June 14th, 1864. Dearest Mary, I write from this town of Asbury. My company has been given reprieve for rest and recovery after the Battle of Cynthiana? Cynthiana? Cynthiana. Most of my men, being from the area, briefly returned home to see loved ones. I'm gladdened for them, despite missing you most ardently. My duty in Asbury is to maintain order, a welcome change from the horror of the field combat. Among various other objections, I am ordered to stifle Confederate recruitment, protect supply trains for the 171st Ohio Lads, and hold prisoners of war. Mary, I slept on a bed again last night after months in a field cot. I never would have imagined that such a little comfort could bring me so much joy. Seeing your face may very well make my heart boom out of the chest like a cannonball. My brother Adam writes that the yellow fever is taking lives around Cleveland. Sweet Adam. His thoughts are all worries, it seems. Are you and the boy in good health? Please be careful. All my love, Elijah, Union Army Captain. June 27th, 1864. Mayor Fitzpatrick. My time in Asbury has been quiet and uneventful, save for recent capture of a strange prisoner. One of my men shot the dark-skinned prisoner in the thigh after he was seen stealing and fleeing with a rucksack of hardtack, biscuits, and tinned pork. I initially thought this an unfortunate circumstance born of a hungry man's desperation. However, upon attempted interrogation, the prisoner refuses to speak. When compelled by the threat of a hot branding iron, he utters a few phrases that are neither English nor any language recognized by me, my men, and fellow officers. His clothes seem most like pajama tops and long bottoms, but of a fine silken thread and luster. His hair is streaked with golden hues, and his body and face bear golden marks and unrecognizable symbols. We can only guess their meaning. He was fortunate with his wound. The bullet made a clean exit through his thigh and missed bone. He passed out when we cauterized the wound. This is no fighting man. My Buffalo soldiers dislike him greatly, as they see him to be a traitor to their cause. They insist he is a spy, which, as you know, comes with dire consequences. I will keep you apprised of any notable developments. Elijah B. Quayle, Captain. You'd think that would be what unlocks the mysterious prisoner. I've got the prayers, but it won't let me do anything with them. Hmm. 0%, 110%. Green dust, 0%. Prayers, 110%. Hide, 75%. Stone, 75%. We have a 50% on ceramics, a 310% on wood, and a 303% for experience, and then a 0% for food. Back to Colonial. Now, I know you ain't a spy, but my men are frothing at the bit to noose you like one tomorrow. I've held them off as long as I could. You think they're wrong? Personally, I don't know. Well, I don't know what you are. That's the problem, you see? To me, you're a sorely injured thief locked in a cell. Here, take it. Tinned peaches. Ain't half bad. These pictures you're drawing in the dirt. Lines and circles and numbers. I can't make heads or tails of it. Is that your home? Do you have a family? I'm a father. They're both so beautiful. Mary and my little boy Matthew. I'm no artist, but look here. This stick figure is my wife. W-I-F-E, wife. And this smaller one is my son. S-O-N, son. All the time I think of them. I cannot imagine life without their... You must. Huh? What in high heaven did you just... And what is this you're handing me? This green gem? Jewelry? How did you hide this? Did you steal this necklace? Must. You must. You. Must what? Just say it best you can. Must what? You don't have to hang tomorrow. You don't have to die. Just talk. God damn you, talk. Alright, so he came from, like, Second Renaissance somewhere. Because you came from here. Sadie Sloan has the Quentite student. Okay. Mysterious child. I should probably investigate this stuff. Alright. Look at this plant, little ones. A weed we got to pull? Ah, it's only a weed until we get to know it. This is a beautiful find. It's the thriving shoot of a mesquite tree. They grow a long root, longer than my whole body, and the root reaches down and finds water deep in the ground so the tree can drink and get big. Can we drink too? Yes, we can. The baby tree showed us that if we dig right around here, we will find water in the ground. Now the village can have a second well. Aze for water. Never forget, little ones. Knowledge is what helps us grow. Knowledge found this well. Say, do you want to hear a story about how this village grew? Water. Water was part of it, yes. Many years ago, before you were born, our village used to be a city with snails the size of huts. But it all crumbled from a big war, and soon after, a great black cloud covered the sky like a mask. It made the air sour, the waters dirty, and caused great heat and drying across the land. Why had the clouds come? Well, my friends and I believed that far away a great fiery mountain exploded its top off. Ash spewed out and covered our sky. But that is just our theory. Theory means a very smart guess. Theory. Very good. So then, the black clouds made everything hot and dry and caused all the dust around us. The snails and people lost a lot of food, so many people left to find clean water. Fortunately, my friends and I had knowledge from past people. We used that knowledge to dig a well right in the middle of the ring fort, which used to be known as the Judgment. Well, never mind what it used to be. The ring fort was able to protect the well from violent invaders and dust storms. Its water gave us strength, and we used more knowledge to make small farms of peas and gourds. The food lets us grow, and even lets us take in friendly people who are lost. But Hero, Bazulu, and Mama says lost people is trying to kill us. To kills us. Okay, you're done. So what can you do? You can work, I guess. Okay, you can't work there. You can work here. And then Sadie can go here. Producing food and snails. Out of wood. So let's see, nature locations. We got Great Waterhole Roads, which consumes snails and food. Mesquite can go here since apparently I am hide blocked. Alright, how do hides come down here? It's a 0% from past hides. Okay. And how do hides come down here? It is a 10% from past hides. How do stones come down here is what I should be thinking. 75% from past. Alright, so that's compounding to massively decrease the amount of stones, I'm assuming. That'll get there eventually. That'll get there eventually. Alright, how's the plant doing? There, a hint of it. Damp. A damp pocket in the cool soil. Ah, how refreshing to soak this little patch. Ever since my seed sprouted in a sudden downpour 4 seasons ago, life has been nothing but exhausting focus. All my energy and concentration goes into growing my taproot. Reaching through cracks and crevices in this hard earth. Reaching down and bending and reaching to feel the slightest touch of luscious wetness seeping in the ground. A touch is often enough for another day of growth. Were it not for the lucky path of my taproot, the heat and dust of this world would soon shrivel me dead. I see the humans loping through the heat between the pine forest and their village. I feel like I know the expression they wear, anxious and focused, reaching for a touch of sustenance to survive one more day. Okay, so you are living life, good. You are scavenging, which is okay, I guess. You need more prayers. Oop, that guy died. And Rector is now here. You consume iron. How much iron do I have? Plenty. Alright, that shouldn't be an issue. Hero Bazul. You can govern. Great. Makes this slightly faster, I hope. Savinia Praetus. So you will eventually be getting information from the prayer system. You're dead, so the prayers aren't going to anywhere else. There's plenty of prayers. Okay, live life then. Nav, enough chewing your nails. The maps will work. Here, eat, husband. The squash stew is sweetened nicely with the pine sap. We can thank Sister Polida for that. Her winter solstice gift to us, remember? Did I miss something? I built the Avery nearly a year ago, and no travelers have been able to find us. Give it time. This idea, this project, is the best we can do right now. Your imagination gives us a chance. Who else would know to breed roadrunners, which can travel up to 100 miles a day, and then send them out in all directions with simple maps of our region and waterholes? The source maps must be correct. Definitely correct. Grandfather Fungaki was an incredible cartographer. Maybe hawks and coyotes are killing the birds? Am I just sending them to die? My dear husband, you know what will help? Listen to this old poem by an ancient scribe called Emily Dickinson. I memorized this one quickly. Its beauty is treasure. Listen now. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. How kind of you to come. At my asking, Naveed. Making time for old Bazul, leader of the Obark. Seems that you and your bunch are busy making a bushel of decisions lately. It has been very busy, yes. But that's exactly what we want, because that we, like you and me kind of we. So now you know what we want? I believe we both want to see Oberk grow and thrive, as it has with all the new arrivals. They brought resources and knowledge. The windmill that saws wood, desert tomatoes and radishes, 4 goats, a dozen or so well-crafted wheels from things called bicycles. All kinds of recipes, all sorts of herbal. And we think it's fair and fine to pay for all of that in dead Obark warriors? How many more fighting men gotta die because of your little birds and maps? Raiders is more than happy to use them. Go on, tell me some tales and wisdoms about why my warriors need dying because of you. Words will never not be enough to give the dead the respect they deserve. The warriors. Their protection holds us together, Bazulo. I will always admit that. Though I also believe that we gain more and more advantages as we grow. Our diets make us stronger. Our knowledge lets us prosper. Our numbers make us resilient. Deeply I wish we could avoid the loss of blood. You're mixing dust and water. You say my warriors is holding us all together, but they should still go on and die? No. Can't make right mind of that. Now on. No more sending maps. And them runner birds is for eating only. Quentinites can keep on helping the people with songs and whatnot, but they ain't got no right to do tribe planning. You and your followers is walking on a spider web right now. Don't go making big moves. Vicodin. Azzy. God of the scales of pain. Azzy. I beg you to take my pain for weight, and so the killers who come done me harm get it back, right and fair. If I was you, I'd take your star-tipped dagger and gut all 'em raiders. All 'em. Till they guts is spilt and they eyes and tongues is pecked by buzzards. I give you my pain to use and weigh. Pain from seeing my husband's head clubbed in by a raider as we was running to the ring fort that was clanging the raid bell. Pain from how the killer gone broke my arm and knelt down between my pulled apart legs. Pain from keeping his wild eyes on me, knowing my boy was hiding, watching his ma almost get took, till a horn sounded and the savage scurried off like a rat. They was fast and quiet as a whisper, coming at night, stealing food, taking kids. All right, and ruling Vicodin. Weigh my pain and hate. Give more strength to hero Bezulo and his warriors. I praise they go on and fight and share our hurt with all them killers and raiders, so your scales of pain is even and fair. I ain't had no complaint about them Quentinites till now. Harmless people got wronged by these maps. That's what Bezulo says. These maps brought raiders here. Zulo ain't got wisdoms, but he's still right as rain. Obark ain't for outsiders. Azzy, says the one who used a map to get here. People of Obark tribe, hush yourselves. Hush. Hush now. You're safe. I ring the raid bell to give y'all an important message here in the rig fort. A message I only gun say once. Look at my arms, my legs, dripping red with spilt blood. My tears is mixed in because me and my warriors cut down a caravan of 8 people, 2 families, old and young, traveling here because they was following a map. I ain't allow. Gave us no amount of pleasing to kill 'em, which we done as quick and painless as we can. Was every bit awful and shameful. But we can't keep putting Oberk in the open. I can't put my people in the path of harm. I won't let it happen. That's why, on this day and all going forward, having one of a map is outlawed. A high crime. Having a map means losing your life because your selfishness putting all Oberk people in the path of harm. Bring up the Quentinite father to the platform. Oldest child. Navid, for the crime of bringing death to our homes, you must pay. Hush. Quiet. Hush now. Have respect and thanks for what you and your followers done given to Oberk. You may live, but without your eyes to draw more maps. Warriors, hold him down. Hero Bezulo is speared while raiding a neighboring tribe. September 1st, 2239. Navid Praetus. I can't hear you reading, Beansprout. I'm stuck, and it's gone get dark. Going to get dark. It's going to get dark, and I won't be able to play Cone War with the other kids because I read so slow. Come, trace the word in my hand. Ah, adventurers. What a good word. It means a brave and risky journey. Adventure. You know, your grandfather, Quinn, went on an adventure to a faraway land, a city filled with palaces. I like to think he saw amazing creatures and technologies we can only dream of, like electric lights and carts that run on an ancient fuel called gasoline. He was the one who found that old script you're reading from, the magazine. Isn't it funny how all these strange things in there were once common items? No adventure is complete without a trusted Trek 99 compass. Would I need a craftsman to make compass to do an adventure? I think a compass would be very useful. It can point to directions you want to travel, but it's not critical. Now, the most important thing for an adventure is preparation and courage. If you read your assignments and learn all you can, then the preparation part is just about done. I'll do an adventure, Pa, compass or not, and I'll bring back new things, like maybe a compass for your eyes so you can see again. Enslaver Rector. Builder of Great Bezulo's tomb, raider of Oberk plains, captor of enemies, eater of men. Enslaver Rector, son of Bezulo. Do not, Svinya, do not look back. You have said your goodbyes. Do not slacken your courage. This is your idea. You must bear enough courage for all of them. Quentinite brother Cruden, Quentinite sister Axen, Quentinite brother Jeher, and even the young trapper Olowep, who couldn't earn his warrior name due to a clubfoot. None of them have traveled beyond Obark's dusty prairies and pines. They may look back, but you must remain looking forward, as you promised you would. One foot in front of the other. The wind will soon cover our footsteps in dust. This pain will be the past. Review your loads one more time. 4 days' worth of salted iguana meat, 12 days' worth of dried beans, 6 full water skins, 2 pine-fiber canvases for shelter and dust storms, pouch of salt, pouch of feverfew medicine, jojoba oil for sun skin, lavender honey for wounds, a reed flute, 2 slings with 2 dozen rounded stones, 4 bone knives, a spear for me and a spear for Olowep, and the knowledge we hold in our minds. Remember your purpose. You will travel the world to find great minds. You will find knowledge from the past. You will return with it all. Great minds, past knowledge, return. Great minds, past knowledge, return. Return to Pa. Gah. My heart is all agony, writhing. Remember, this is okay. Sadness is okay. Oh, Pa. The last lesson you showed me, a blinded man, can still shed many tears. My dear friends and followers of the Quentinite virtues, I called you all here firstly and foremostly to give my deepest gratitude for making this underground ancient structure, this bunker, as it were, a home for me and the treasures of books, maps, and scripts we hold so dear. I like to imagine that the spirit of Quentin Brown smiles proudly at our work. For years I was deeply forlorn after losing my eyes. Why, the very sense needed to read, to keep myself learning, was viciously cut from my body. I felt alone in a darkness that penetrated my heart, and I found myself thinking fondly of death. At least in death, I reasoned, I was not so conscious of my suffering. But my little Sevenya and you all kept me listening. You all kept me learning through conversations of your insights and stories of wisdom. You all brought me back to life. Without my eyes, I saw more with my mind. Now I have something to give back. As I was listening to my daughter learn new words and gain new ideas, I began to ponder about learning itself. Inevitably, my musings led me to consider the limitations of how we convey learning. I thought deeply about language. Consider this. Our minds are like dry roots, eager to absorb and grow from the waters of knowledge. Language is like the dirt that holds us and collects the water for us to take it at our own pace. Language and the absorption of knowledge, like soil and growth, are inexorably linked. Now, what if we could manipulate our language, this dirt, till it, irrigate it, refine it so that knowledge flows unobstructed and unintentionally between minds, the way water floods all roots in a well-trenched field? All crops, all minds, grow strongly and together with great efficiency. I have structured in my thoughts a framework for a new way to learn. A language that intends to capture the resonance of poetry, the precision of mathematics, and the utility of science. A way to exchange a meaning rapidly and precisely, without obstructions from subjectivity. Brother and sister Quintinites, let me tell you about the language I call Exalmnus. And died of smoke inhalation in a forest fire. Jita dies from liver failure, October 1st, 2286. Oh, welcome. Please excuse my dirty everything. We don't get many visitors since being banished to these pine woods by Rector. What is your need at such an early hour? I didn't have much choice but to come to your part of the woods. Please don't tell nobody. Maybe you've probably seen the village fire from last night. It's because some slaves gone and tried to escape. Rector already lopped off they heads. But our grass roof caught fires, and my son got his face burnt something awful, and he can't hardly move his mouth because of the pain. Ah, that explains all the smoke in the forest. Tell me about his skin. Is it plump, bubbled, or more like holes? And the color around the burns. Yellow, white, black. Skin's all red with yellow mounds going down his cheeks, about from where his hair starts, all the ways to his chin. He can't hardly sleep or chew his food. You need some honey and lavender salve. He'll be all well after a moon cycle. I'll get this for you, but you must stay here until I return. Us Quentinites must stay hidden in case Rector... Well, it's for our own good. Say, would you like to hear the song about making the healing salve? Perhaps to share the knowledge with others? I don't want to stay longer than I gotta. Can't be seen coming out here. No offense. Next to stand public trial be Quentinite called Polida. Polida, before this here court of Obark people, use is cursed of stealin' off Obark land. Accused of stealin' off Obark land. The Obark people wants payments for stolen goods. They willing to spare punishment for an old woman like you, so long you speak where your leader be hiding. Speak or die. Crowd. Speak or die. Speak or die. Speak or die. Speak or die. Lost aired. Jurat. Orders. Orders in the court. Now, Polida, if you've got a speech, make it now. People of Oberk, Polida has chosen silence. Gives your verdict, slave or flesh? Flesh. My son Paulid, I do not have much to leave you, but the information, ideas in this letter. I cannot believe we can read and write. Can you? I am sad I did not able to do this my whole life. Queen Savina was right about the greatness of learning. It is such a big gift from the Queen and the Queenites. I am happy from the thought that my words can last on this paper for many lives. You will read it, and so will your children, and so will they children. On and on. Alright, doggo, stop barking. I want to give you my ideas from life so that your life can be better. 1. Quentinites is good people. One of the biggest sadness in my life is I cheered for they hurt and they death. I was a big fool. I was an animal. I wanted us to eat and survive. I wanted just some food, not even a whole harvest. Remember this. Do not lose yourself in fear. Do not take another man's fears and make them yours. 2. Learn as much as you can. The more you learn, the more you can do yourself and help other people. Explain all this to your children. 3. We is all more same than different. When someone did not agrees with you, try to think why that is. Many people is not bad. They is just think different. We has a life story, and they has a life story too. Try to share these. This is good for peace with your neighbors, no matter how new or old they is to this young city. I give you this letter from love. The great wind god Nabal is soon to take my spirit to meet my husband. I am happy to think we is be together each other again, but this time in the golden forest and silver lakes of the high realm. Be the best you can be. Your loving Ma, Gita. That was difficult to read. Quentinites saw Yana. People of Oberk, I honor you. Warriors of Oberk, I salute you. My name is Quentinite Savyana, daughter of Navid, who founded the Quentinite Knowledge Keepers. Your leader, Rector, is dead. His war party is dead. No more need to die. Silence! I speak. I traveled to the north where lakes are as large as the sky. I traveled to the west where peaks of mountains mingle with stars. I traveled to the south where elegant beasts are tamed and herded. I traveled to the east where the ocean shapes the earth. I return after 40 years from a journey of great strife and great learning. Joining me are scholars, botanists, craftsmen, and scribes. Protecting us are 9 warriors bound to my cause, expert swordsmen from the Order of .com. which ended a legendary code that unlocked the world's knowledge to any man. Each one of them is worth 4 seasoned warriors. I am also a proud mother. This is my son of 3 years, Ebned, and my daughter of 4 years, Ranivi, and this is my new friend, Sadie Sloan. As of this moment, Obark and its suffering is no more. In its place will rise the city of Quent, serving the world as the greatest font of knowledge and progress. We will furnish you with supplies, and you may leave peacefully if this is not your path. If you stay, you will work towards the growth of not just the men and women next to you, but of all mankind. This is the purpose of Quent. Let us build. Tribe Oberk. Tribe Urgert. Oberk. We is water. Water. What needs to? Water. 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 Tribe Oberk. Where is your strength? Look at yourselves. You selves. Oberk men and Oberk women. Howling like scrawny coyotes. I ask again. Where is your strength? You is the tribe that won this land. You is the tribe of the lizard beast slayer. You is the tribe with the ring fort and the Breslow's great tomb. You is the tribe that makes slaves from enemies. Do yous forget so fast? Do yous forget your might? I know your anger. The wells be dryin'. The wells be mud water. I hears it ain't like this for them Quentonites in the pines. Awfully suspicious they livin' nice and easy off the fat of the land. We let some use our territory, our wood, and for what? No tribute? No gifts? That don't sit right by me. Does it sit right with yous, Tribe Obark? No. This day on, they selfishness is done and our suffering gone end. They is contributing with work, or they is contributing with they flesh. They time leechin' off us is over. I ask you, who they gun pay? Obark, Obark. Honorific warriors, bring us them Quentinite leeches. Obark, 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 Obark. Alright, so here is where Savinia comes back and kills him. Can I do anything with you yet? Yeah. Sadie can now live life. Now that she has been retrieved. The elders is telling me not to do it. Them pines is lifeblood for Oberk, they said. Tribe is gone with her. People gun leave. But they ain't got to answer the tribe. They ain't holding the load I got. The responsibility to make us all survive. We need clean waters. We need crops. We need slave meat. I gets it all. All the anger and blaming gets put on my back. I know some more than Quentonites still hiding in the pines, turning my tribe against me, making me look like a bean-brained dust lizard whilst they feeding themselves. If I'm already the holder of the blamin', then I don't care if I get some more. We burning them pines tonight. Ah, well, that explains why you died of smoke inhalation in a forest fire. Okay, pause for a bit. Neighbor's dog got out without leash and started chasing sheep around. Enslaver Rector dies. Swordsman of the Order of .com slit Rector's throat. November 4th, 2277. Look, a daisy, I believe, growing in the shade of your gravestone. Naved Praetus, father of the Quentonites. Father. Every time I come out to see you in our pines, a deep envy heats my blood. I cannot help it. People knew you as father longer than me. I never met the visionary mind who fathomed Exomnus. You never met the Queen of Quent. Heh. The title makes me shudder. My journey never meant to be so long. How peaceful, though. Our Quentonite brothers and sisters chose well to bury you in this clearing. Each time I visit, there are more young shoots, greener needles, richer birdsong. Our people truly are bringing the forest back to life from Rector's destruction. I came by to tell you something incredible. Do you remember your ambition with the Roadrunners and the maps? Well, we are very close to finishing your work. The Great Waterhole Roads, a trade and travel system spanning in each direction from our city, will grow us into the library of the world. As before, violent marauders find their way to our borders and cause bloodshed, but our forging and engineering knowledge combines to give us many missile weapons. Why, our crossbows make city defenders out of the old weavers. I will admit, I never imagined the complexity of settling a constant influx of migrants. How would you manage it, Pa? My best guess would be free but mandatory education as a path to Quent citizenship. But all the intricate customs, squabbles, beliefs, biases. How should law and justice accommodate these? Building society is the most frustrating work of my life. I worry my Ebned and Ravini may not be suited for the throne of Quent. Precocious and intelligent as my children are, it is Sadie Sloane who holds the most brilliant imagination for progress. We're already exploring her theories on printing words for mass text like a news on paper and using wind as a source of energy. And she dreams of greatness, harnessing electricity for nighttime lights, exploding powder for defense and mining, machines for sewing, currency for economics, typing contraptions to assist our scribes. All ideas from a place in her mind called Asbury. I tend to think she would have the most unique solutions to a growing society's challenges. Ah, chill bumps. The night is bringing the cool air. I will see you again soon, Pa. Finished exploring Strange Mound. Phew. Okay, nature locations. Strange Mound can... Actually, I do need more of this, I think, for more prayer. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Put the mesquite on there. Put Rector on this. And turn you off, I guess. Mudfoot District. A lesser home. Displaced Aslandians find themselves at the bottom of the social order, clustered together in the mud at the end of a strange snail society. Unlike other wild tribes, they are not slaughtered or enslaved by the snail legions. No, they are different from the usual savages. Resourceful and pragmatic, these people are given a chance to work for the snail lords, who sit atop their shelled mounds, in splendid purple capes and golden boots. The Aslandians, assimilated into the Mudfoot class, are allowed their own part of the city, where they may grapple between the forces of survival and exploitation. Okay. Anything else in nature to examine? Yes, there is Turkey Shrubland. Holiday hunting. Each year before the Christmas months, townsfolk invade the shrubland on holiday hunts for wild turkey. They arrive with the confidence of lions, families in tow, with one hand toting the Sunday shotgun packed with pellets and powder, and the other heaving a picnic basket filled with cheese, apples, ales, and biscuits. As the day wears on, frustration sets in. Who knew gobblers could be so astute? Indeed, every minuscule movement sends them scurrying away. The cock of a gun, the delicate crunch of a twig, an airy sigh from the wife. The large bird flees. Patience loses, and the fair-weather fowl hunters head home humbled, knowing they'll be buying their gobbler from that whiskey-soaked Mr. Quail. He's just a lucky shot. Has to be. Need more ceramics, therefore. Clay Plaza, draw Spearfinger in there for now. Let's see. Work. Neolithic. Okay. You are currently exploring. You are currently working. Drop you in there, and you will be creating an immense amount of ceramics. I think I'm good on hides for now. Oop. Window unlocked, child unlocked, chieftain something unlocked, poison something unlocked, new queen something unlocked. Poisoner, currently idle. Wait, hold up. Go back to the Neolithic. You are a poison breather. Great venomous lizard. Interesting. Plants. We've got the mesquite tree. We've got Wenda. Where is Wenda? Wenda is probably in the Neolithic. Yeah, there you are. Aspen tree. Good at religion. Chieftain Rock. And child. Ah, you become feral child. Imagine that. Alright, Chieftain can stop with that nonsense. Got plenty of XP. Okay, Brave Wind is idle, so work location. Put you there, put you there. Ah, science. Crude microbiology finished. In a flooded world that bleeds disease, even partially effective medicine science can tilt the scales towards survival. Snail genetics. Nature locations produce +1 snail per action in addition to other outputs. Because you can never have too many snails. Quinn. And let's see. Guki and Denive. Only 4 more sciences to go until they are all researched. Alright, may as well head back over here to see what unlocked that revoked the stuff all the way over in the other area. Savinia Pratis passes in her sleep. May 14th, 2311. Queen Sadie of Quent. Our scout saw you wandering the prairie, child. My name is Savinia, and I lead a big group of travelers. What do you call yourself? My name is Sadie Sloan, and I'm from the town of Asbury. Where's the town? Where's Da? Where's everyone? Everybody. I'm sorry, Sadie Sloan. I don't know where Asbury is, or its people. You are near the land of Obark. Maybe we can find what you're looking for. How did you get lost? Oh, that's all right, child. Here, a rag for your tears. Sniff. I remember chasing a white raccoon in the pines, and I fell down and lost my necklace. Then when I stood up, the forest was browner and thinner than before. I got up and started walking to find Asbury and... New artifact? I'm sorry you were lost. I'd like to hear more of your story, Sadie Sloan. We're the kind of travelers who love stories. Can I see your arm? Oh, it seems the sun is burning you. Let's get you some salve for that. New Wenda story unlocked. I'll introduce you to my group, and you can have all the water you want, and even delicious red fruit called apples. I sniff. I know what apples are. Everyone does. Oh, of course. What an interesting person you are. You have much knowledge already, and you speak properly, the way words are in books. Even your dress and shoes are crafted finely, like nothing I have seen. I think your green bow is pretty. Come, Sadie Sloan, take my hand and tell me about Asbury. Exominus Lesson 12, using the Dictopedia. Name, Sadie. Date, Volus, 18. 4 AF. Directions. Use the Exominus Dictopedia to decipher the meaning of the sentence. Remember, each word has a number of meanings. Find the correct meaning for each word to unlock the precise information in the sentence. The hot of the sun feels good. Dictopedia meaning. The, standard, no emphasis. Hot, gentle hotness, warmth. Of, standard possessive. The, standard, no emphasis. Sun, midday sun in spring. Ah, okay, so they're putting exponential or what have you for each various meaning. Sun, midday sun in spring. Feels, 102. Sensation on skin. Good. 438. Unexpected but welcomed. What is the information in this sentence in your own words? My body is warmed by the spring noon sun's gentle hotness. I enjoy the warmth, for it is unexpected but welcome. Did you know? Creating an exogenous sentence is much like drawing a portrait of a person. First you sketch the shape of the concept, like the face, and create boundaries. Then you section the material into understandable nuggets. Eyes, ears, nose, expression. You keep information simple as you add it, then infuse precise details like lighting and shadow. The process is similar with exogenous. We first use words to create a simple idea. Then we take the Dictopedia, which holds all defined meanings of all words we know, and add precise references to the meanings we want each word to hold. The end result is a highly precise idea. Well done, Sadie. You'll be a Quentinite apprentice in no time. So, theoretically, that means I could go back to the prisoner, cross-reference all those numbers, and then associate those with "you must" and see what he's actually talking about, if I actually had an Exodus Dictopedia. Alright, skip down here. Chieftain's knife. Put the chief on that. Elijah's whiskey jug. Put Elijah on that. Any other artifacts laying around? Doesn't look it. Okay, we got government. They're all running perfectly adequately. So ideally, I'd replace you with someone better. Let's see. Old Elvin is a 64, and put Buzz back on there. There. Now this will finish first, and then I can get started on the next one while these two are still generating. Religion, 6 hours, 9 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. And missing one there. Anyone idle? No. Okay. To the plants, we've got Wenda, aspen tree. Gentle warmth, damp air, rich soil. My roots can stretch in all directions. A forest of my own design, of the same root web. Next spring I'll begin. Release new shoots. Roof. A mega elk rising on his haunches, posting his massive frame against me and reaching for my leaves. Its broad antlers clack against my trunk. I creak and bend from its weight. Were it not for these giant leaf eaters, this place would be perfect. Poison breather. Brave man with black mane take the cave of shiny black. I want cave. Home I want, but cannot have. His tribe grow fast, grow strong. Make other tribes join into his. Make other tribes hunt and gather in bigger groups. Too many for me. Too many to kill. They take my grassland with field hen. Take my creek with giant beaver. And now they take shiny black cave. Only grow more strong from it. Chip off shiny black rock from wall. Make rock sharp as my teeth. Can slice, can cut, can stab. Takers will die. We'll watch, we'll wait, we'll kill. When weak, I strike. Story is blocked, so gonna set you to doing something more productive. Yeah, I'll put you in the cave. You are blocked from living, so you can produce prayers. Work. Can put spear finger there, I guess. And let's see, you're great at working. Nature locations, we've got Wenda, skill level of 100 for rolling grasslands. And here we have Will. You. Nah, she can do that. And Will can, in fact. Never mind. He can go there. Will can go here. And I can get the plant working again. Mesquite tree. Living life. Okay, plenty of experience. And you are 20% of the way through. So I'll just pause and wait for a while. Alright, it's been a little bit, so check the notification log. New mesquite story. Clean Sadie unlocked. Finished examining artifact. Elijah's whiskey jug. New child story unlocked. Clean Sadie unlocked. Oh, okay. So if I go up here, or somewhere, there should be a Queen Sadie around here somewhere. There you are. And now you can live life, and I should probably hit that button. Elijah B. Quayle is also living life again. Oh, you're running off of ceramic? Annoying. Oppressive Quent, your time well spent. Third annual Saviana Praetus Memorial Day is Mayut 14, Day of Rest. Homage events begin at highest sun. All welcome. Meet at Saviana's tomb by Mesquite Tree Great Navid. Mount Vivian quarry flooded. Miners hit deep spring. Endless groundwater. Large canal project planned. High priority for Quent. Queen Sadie Open School of Archaeology. Admission requires level 7 exomnus literacy. Seek out High Scholar Jack at the Rotunda Library, formerly Ringfort, to apply. Respect newcomers, read for them, showed them to the arrivals tent in the market quarter, help them register names and skills for a reward. Archaeology is the study of human history through digging into the earth to find and examine ancient items called artifacts. For hire, miners, seek out Poison, Forgers Guild, sorry. Diggers, seek out Engineer Pyrock, Craftorium 1. Scribes, exomnus literacy level 3 or higher. Seek out Sciencer Lyra, Laboratoria Minor. Loggers, seek out Engineer Josida, Craftorium 3. Stablemate. Cattle, sheep, and pig breeding. Seek out Husbander. Malk, Grazeland Tower. Bellcrier, standard literacy required. Strong voice. Seek out Editor Zehekwook. Press of Quent. Your time well spent. Blarg. Jawoon 3, year 35 after founding. The Rotunda Libraria expansion project has yielded a surprising discovery. The corpse of an ancient genius, Hugo Huck Smead, was found in a stone coffin. His fingers clutched a sealed metal box. Inside was a recipe for a highly durable concrete compound. We will be able to build an eternal city with this mixture, said Thornton, Luss' chief city planning advisor. Stable, sturdy homes and structures will reach up to the heavens, as in ancient times. Furthermore, the coffin was lined with husks that held dried kernels of a plant that archaeology scholars call corn. Queen Sadie herself is overseeing the botanist assigned to regrow this crop back into existence. Genius is a person of extreme intelligence and imaginative capacity. 2. A crop from the past with yellow, edible kernels and can grow as tall as a grown man. For hire. Glassmakers. High demand. Seek out Lashland. Craftorium 9. Industrial District. Customs keepers. Exomnus literacy level 2 or higher. Seek out Merchants Guild. Market District. Forgers. Seek out Engineer Josita. Craftorium 3. Central District. Foresters. Seek out Colket. Loggers Lodge. Pine Forest West. Doctors. Exmonus literacy level 5 or higher. Seek out Pellick. Medicine Hall 2. North Gate District. Freighters. Horse/ox handling skills required. Seek out Bajid. Wagoners Collective, Industrial District. Policer, fitness and good judgment required. Seek out Jodzer City Watch in Headquarters, Central District. New artifact, AP Chemistry Textbook, 2016 has been unlocked. My green bow. I thought it was lost. Dan Ma. I remember your voices, your faces, but the world around you is hazy. What would you say about who I've become? Great banshees of Balor. You say you run a city, me dear? Yeah, Dad, ain't grand. They'd probably throw a right fit if you knew I named our nearby mountain after the lovely Miss Vivian. I'm seen as a great builder, a visionary, but it's a lie that lives quietly in my heart. The only time I revealed my past, my childhood in Asbury, was to Savnia many years ago, and she thought I was delirious and overworked from exomnus lessons. The greatest loneliness is being misunderstood. I suppose, at the very least, it's a fulfilling purpose to help Quent advance so rapidly out of its dusty hunts. The completion of the canal from the spring at Mount Vivian was key, as it allowed us to irrigate the forest along with vast acres of dusty land. Farmers pointed out that the land was somehow primed to receive water. A vast system of intricate tunnels lay under the surface, likely from insect empires centuries in the making. And then there was the book. Much of our progress could be credited to the great text of existence, found 6 years ago, one titled Advanced Placement Chemistry, 2016 edition, signed by an Alvin van Eisen II, likely a brilliant scholar from the past, unearthed in the pine woods by Ebened Praedis planting tobacco. The book held immense revelations about the synthesization of Earth's chemicals, allowing us to barrel forward with refined gunpowder, primitive antibiotics, crude ethanol, and vegetable oil fuels. It also opened our eyes to all we still lacked from the ways of the ancients: digitization of information, theoretical exploration of gravity, advanced medicines, air travel, solar energy, and something truly incredible called the World Wide Web. The amount we have to learn feels immeasurable, though knowing that these achievements are possible to recapture leaves half the battle won. Then, of course, the greatest discovery, the one that overshadowed all the others. It was hardly 2 pages within the whole of the great text of existence, but it held the most meaning. Scientists from the past concluded a human genome project in 2003, establishing that all humans are genetically 92% similar. To think, we feel so individual, yet our hearts and minds, the very particles that form them, are nearly all the same. I announced the news to the people of Quent and memorialized the event going forward as You Are Me Day. With this knowledge, to be a fool is to lack empathy, I exclaimed from the steps of the Rotunda Library. Rapidly, notions of racism, xenophobia, misogyny, homophobia, and the like were publicly ridiculed. The people collectively looked at one another and, more consistently than ever before, considered their spirit in another person's condition. It's funny. I read exomnus scripts about civilization-shaping energies like nuclear fusion, but we are experimenting with a fuel that is far more potent, a shared vision for communal well-being. I'll continue to test my theory. I have a feeling that a unified people working for each other can advance society at an unmatched pace. I do not believe that there is anything going on scavenging-wise over here. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing happening. Check the animals. Still can't do anything. Check the plants. I should probably read this. I greet the usuals as they visit the well. Hello, tall boy with the wild black hair. Hello, old woman who whistles through her teeth. Hello, girl who yelps down the well to hear it yelp back. Hello, old man in the crude gray robes, the one who started it all. Hello, young man with warrior scars. Hello, mother of little ones who clamber on my limbs. Hello, short man with very thick haunches. Hello, 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 and hello. The well, an endless source of water and amusement. Every day, without fail, people of all shapes and ages draw buckets of life out of the ground, fill their pots and carry them away. Perhaps they stop and chatter, rest in my shade. An arid, scorching surface unearthed to meet a wealth of cool, clean sustenance below. It took great effort to dig into the hardened earth. Everywhere, it seems, a great effort must be made to find the good. If the well were to speak, I think he would agree most things in life are this way. The evening buzzards curiously sniffed the day-baked vomit beside the well. The memory of it clings to me. A group of thin, dirty people called slaves approach the well. A haggard man wearing but a groin-cloth lowers the bucket. His muscles quiver. Veins bulge down his arms as he pulls the rope and draws the water. When he brings the bucket towards his chest, the bottom of it hits the stone well's lip and tips, spills. Water pours onto the feet of the guard beside the well. The guard of the well commands the man to get on his belly and drink the dusty slough. He hits the slave's shoulder with the rod of his spear. "Them water's worth more'n your blood." Dust quickly makes mud of the spilled water. The man slurps it in. He curls up and retches violently. The man bends down, scoops a handful of mud, and pushes it in the slave's mouth, who immediately vomits mud and bile from his stomach. The guard jabs the butt of his spear and into the slave's ribs until he's on his feet. These slaves return 3 times a day to fetch loads of water. They make clay bricks, working to death to build a tomb. The human imagination for cruelty. I've seen a hawk tear the heads off of grackle birdlings with more kindness. The small houses of wood and clay begin to block my view of the pines. My silent companion, the well, has long been dry and sealed. And yet, more people arrive and settle around us across these past few years. They dry clothes on my branches, gather my seed pods in the summer, pray in my shade, urinate on my trunk, mate under my darkness. They force me to be part of their life. I am named. Are the great pines ever bothered like this? Are they forced to gaze at little else than the humans and their irksome unpredictability, their short-sightedness, generations of wayward lives? Do the pines gaze back with jealousy? Do they yearn to be needed by humans, valued beyond beams and firewood? Do the evergreens think they'd be happier with more respect from the great shapers of our world? Stars have names. Great structures have names. Friends have names. The pines do not have names. I am named. I am named Great Navid. I am apprehensive to hope, but I think this is good. Well, it's only got 100 left. Oh, there it goes. Mesquite Creed. Idle. I do not have the ability to make it do anything. Alright, all the way back to Neolithic. We've got the Wenda tree. Our root web drinks less and less across our forest. Wenda 203 in the east, Wenda 81 in the north, Wenda 387 in the south. We all have felt it, seen the new tree with oozing bark, thick trunks, deep roots, and needle leaves of always green. We, connected as one living forest, talk much of this new tree. We grow faster, but this tree, it is relentless, endures droughts with little weakening, steals the sun with its thick shade, drops many cones with many more seeds. Winds blow them all around the land of our root web, our home. The newly arrived tree rodents with bushy tails carry and drop the cone seeds even farther. 2 generations now. We have watched 2 generations of this tree spread its deadening shade across our community. What new form of life is this that mutes the earth with its shedded needles? Is it any more selfish than the beetles who bore into our bark and lay their young, than the fungus that rots our fibers to eat? The truth is that we all have the right to grow. So we will not stop growing. We will consume the water in the topsoil. We will shoot our saplings up into pockets of light. We will shoot our roots in all directions. Wenda has not succumbed to any affliction across millennia, and nor will we now. Clonal Aspel Forest. The people of the woods will come for me, the last Wenda, as they did for the dozens of remaining Wenda in our root web. Wenda 1949 and Wenda 1934, the 2 closest to the human settlements and the first of the last to fall, have seen ourselves cut down and shaved, our bark eaten, our sturdy wood formed into tent poles, paddles, poles, and spears. The great tragedy is not my coming death, nor the devastation of my kind by the always green. No. It is the unfathomable absurdity that all we know will disappear, our stories and wisdom of 8 millennia disappearing like morning dew, nothing to see, nothing to hear, without ceremony, without reverence. The silence is new and strange, empty of chatter and discussion. I fill with the song of the owl, the scurry of ground rodents, the bleat of deer, the wind rustling the forest, the warmth of the sun, the cool of the moon. Of all I've known, there is one small comfort. I will end up with them and they with me, of earth and returning to earth, bound in life as in death, the great common story between us all. April 2nd, 1932 BC. The last aspen of Wenda Forest is felled to make canoe paddles. Spirited Stories. The Cherokee people of the region believed it is a unique event to see the white raccoon, a spiritual being that presents itself to humans only when it wants to be seen. For the elders who tell the story of her legend, they believe this cloud-white animal is the spirit of Unega Longspirit, keeping the land fertile and the game fat. For parents with rambunctious children, the white raccoon is the clever trickster that lures misbehaving boys and girls to the dens of coyotes and wolves. Whatever its purpose, the white raccoon remains a part of life in the grasses and woods, from one generation to the next. Okay. Back to the Neolithic. You are still doing that. Might as well check what your first story is. See this wall, Yira. Me, your father, my story, tribe leader. How I get chieftain life. How I become Roch, slayer of giant sloth. Slayer. Child. Mine? Yours. Remember the sky fire from the night before this day? Yem. Many fire tails in the sky. The star people shooting fire arrows again. Then was the big loud. Yerm. The earth roar. The big loud. I lead hunters and find a large ground hole with a great hot rock, bigger hole than any made from family of ground sloth. And all agree, it fell from the star people. Rock was split open half, like fallen ground squash. The rock seed was this green crystal rock. Woohoo! What clear shine, like a creek pool in the sun. Thank you. Appa, I like it the most. We'll keep it for all my days. Alright, so that's the source of the emerald. Some sort of meteor. Still can't do anything with you. Alright, set you to live life instead of examining the artifact because this is taking forever. AP Chemistry textbook. We've got Queen Sadie working on it. Now that she's blocked from living. Green opals, huh? So you can't do anything. You're all dead. You can't do anything because you're blocked from living, I guess. Queen Sadie of Quent is examining, and I need more ceramics. Where do I get ceramics? From the previous era, right. And 50% of those come up forward. Previous era, 100%. Did not generate any this era, so it must be from here. 5% from previous era. Okay, so yeah, definitely make them in snail barbarism. You're both working, so work. There it is. Meyerland's Bazaar. May as well put you there, I guess. That will generate unlimited ceramics over time, I think. Yeah, it's only 2 people with which I can progress their story. So once the ceramics come in for Queen Sadie, you need 8.7k. And it is going up at about 3 per tick, so that'll be a while. And over here we've got you, who is living life. You will eventually get to the 9k experience out of the 4,400 or 441,000 experience that I currently have going. And then hopefully Child will go and become Feral Child, and then time travel all the way to Second Renaissance, where you are the only inhabitant next to Queen Sadie of Quent at the moment, because everyone else died. Can't do anything with any of the plants. You also cannot be done anything with yet. Alright, what's got a red marker next to it? Nothing? Well, why were you claiming that there was something then? Ah, there you are. Colonial. Elijah. Okay. Just gotta figure out where Elijah is. There you are. Look at you. One-eyed woman. One-eyed woman. Carved in some emerald or some such gem. What a fine piece. A fine piece of neckwear. What they call you, I was supposed to see you on my wife's neck. Oh God, Mary, God. A lovely green jewel for my princess. Matthew would have loved. Lord. Oh, Lord. Matthew. I should never have brought you out your box. Goddamn necklace, bringing memories with you like ghosts. Cursed probably by that strange gold-marked prisoner. Look at you, Elijah. Just a coward like before, hiding all drowned in brown spirits. Just like you done after Adam wrote that your family was goddamn yellow fever. I've seen so many good men gone. Cold, empty eyes, gawking mouth, gone from this world. Adam he was asking me to go home and see that on my family? Why? Why does a man need that torture? Coward. Coward hiding himself in the bottle on his ain't worth a shit turkey farm. Never could leave Asbury, huh? Can't even keep your wits or a piddling little green gem necklace. Okay, so prisoner appears with the necklace, presumably from the future, where Sadie Sloan had it? Wait, where did it? Okay, yeah. He must have come from the Renaissance where Feral Child had it. And then it went to Elijah, who gave it to Vivian, who gave it to Sadie Sloan, who dropped it when she was playing with the white raccoon. And then it got picked up by the raccoon at some point. And then Guy Face McAnnoying took it and then pawned it off. At which point it went to Everly. No, it went to Romina. And then it got stolen by the raccoon. Wait, how did Pathfinder get it again? Oh yeah, the ghost was at the place where it was buried. And with you must at these two. So he grabbed it, gave it to Romina. Romina then had it stolen by the raccoon, The raccoon got shot by that guy, and he pawned it off. So Danny bought it from the pawn guy and gave it to Everly. She did something here that resulted in her being her own executioner for some reason. And I don't recall, did it say anything about the necklace here? Pendant necklace found in coat pocket. Okay, so the necklace is still there. Well, I don't think anyone finds it in the future. So that is where the necklace's thing end, or importance seems to end. Tribe needs work faster. Hearts not beating to rhythm of the big plan. Eyes not set to on the could be. Big Bear in the star shows it is time to seed, but first the plaza needs to seal the earth. It is certain. Somewhere here is the way to the spirit world. The opening. We must close it to be safe. How else did Great Betrayer leave no tracks after he struck my skull? I tell to the family elders. I tell to the storykeepers. I tell to the learning hunters and the women of the fields. I tell all. Great Betrayer stepped through the earth, and so he must seal the earth with clay bricks. As many clay bricks as stars in the sky and stones in the creek. So we may live on the safe, sealed floors of our huts, beside the Cloudbreaker Mountain, which already seals the earth it sits on. My command not harsh. Every home must have floor of clay brick. Every much-used path must be of clay brick. And now we work to finish a great plaza of clay brick. An open space for play, ritual, gathering, all sealed with clay brick. No more lost daughters, no more betrayers. Wife tells me of the whispers, the medicine woman, the old hunters, and now my young man-son. All worry that Hroch has a mind frenzy, that my vision fixes on something not in the human world, but in the spirit world. They are part right. I cannot forget the great betrayer. Helped us grow more, eat more, fight less than ever before, but tricked me and took my memento gem of Yira. I can never forget Yira. You have enough ceramic to start living life again. New Aspen Forest story unlocked. That would be under nature locations. Mighty weakness. The aspen appear indomitable. Their bark is photosynthetic, allowing growth even in the frosty months after they have shed their leaves. Because of their depth in the ground, aspen root systems can easily survive the heat of forest fires and rapidly begin shooting up new trunks for every one that dies. Acres of aspen can shoot rapidly after a land-clearing calamity. Even the tree leaves have uniquely adapted to decrease aerodynamic drag across the great winds that threaten their stability. Yet, all things mighty bear a weakness. The aspen's is as simple as shade. Alright, how's the ceramics situation? Still growing. Alright, pause for a bit. Okay, new Queen Sadie thing. Congratulations, Yura. My niece, first in class of all Exmonas scholars. Excellent thesis, by the way. Gravitational fluxes in space-time. What a read. Have a seat, have a seat. The royal dinner will be ready soon, and Ebned is joining our feast any moment. You know, I've always felt we were alike. How do you mean, Auntie D? Well, we are both orphans, outsiders, raised by Praetus no less. I tend to think our pasts and upbringings drove us to great achievement. Did Uncle Eb tell you about my past? That we were found in the woods? Of course, dear. Auntie D, please don't think I'm brain sick. Uncle Eb already knows. I am from the past. I traveled into, well, through, not to get pedantic about it, a rip in time's fabric. This world is the second place how can I put it, emerged? I know, this is illogical. This green gem I take everywhere with me is somehow related to. Oh, Auntie, don't cry. I'm sorry, I'll stop saying. I'm not crazy. Grand stars in heaven. I'm not crazy. Sadie Sloan is not crazy. All these years I began to question my own past. A vision, a dream, and now I never thought I'd find someone else like me. Gira, I too emerged from another time, from more than 500 years ago, when this place was a town called Asbury. And that gem, I had one too, with a woman's face on it. Tell me, when are you from? Based on my best estimates, 10,500 years ago. That means your parents were, yes, people of the late Stone Age. Croc the giant sloth killer was my father. Great banshees of Baylor, as my own father would say. My, we have quite the story for Ebnid, don't we? Ira, I just had a thought. Listen to me. Listen very closely. If you choose to make your life's work the understanding of how we happened, I will make you the next leader of Quent. I will give you the focus and resources of this great city to find the answers to our lives and, perhaps, others like us. Something tells me that if humans are able to emerge in new eras, as we have, then we have yet to discover the most powerful force of natural laws. No, do not give me your answer now. Think hard. Think very hard. Okay, how do I get knowledge? I have to generate it. Can I scavenge? Oop. Come on, click. Thank you. Craftorian district. So, Erned, currently idle. And Queen Slavey, currently idle. Or currently doing stuff. Yura is currently researching. I'll put you on scavenging then. So let's see, work. We've got Pride of Quent and Cutting Age Laboratory. Building cost is stone and prayer. Pitra Pratra. Pride of Quent. We've got 4 possible options. Ebned Praetus and Pitra Patra. Oh, you are a clockwork robot. With max stats. Of course. Why wouldn't you be? Royal Book Trader. Ebned Praetus. Bonus from perks. Yeah, great. You can do science, but you cannot do governing or religion, which makes sense because those are the things I need. Alright, nature locations. Springs of Mount Vivian requires hides, knowledge, and snails, and produces green opals. This also produces green opals, and it requires stone, knowledge, and hides. I don't have hides. How do I get hides? They're carried over at 75% from previous eras, of course. Stone is carried over, and knowledge is something I'm going to generate. So I need to generate an amazing amount of hides. See if I can toss you into creating hides. So that means that I have an open slot for research. Put Romina in there, I guess, and put Quentin in there. I think the ceramics are trickling up enough. And if I head over here, we've got a community event. Conversation. Priest Orteb. Wide paths of clay. Not enough. Great plaza of clay. Not enough. Walls of clay. Not enough. My people, if all of world is clay, is this enough? To Hrok, it is never enough. Clay is protection. What does the priest know of protection? He does not hunt. He does not fight. He does not know what danger to search for on the horizon. Hrok was strong. We know this. Hrok was brave. He felled the great sloth as one man. But he sags like the elders. His strength is less. A strength that served us well. Now the tribe needs 2 good eyes. Hrok has eyes the color of clay. My eyes the color of water, meat, fish, grains, clouds, moon, and stars. My eyes see the dancing spirits in the fire's smoke and the ancestors walking in the morning fog. My eyes, the people coming from the south. Do you see them too? They come for the bison and the elk, and they fight for the land to hunt them. Soon they will know our village. Will you lead us with a spear and thrust it into an attacker? The story keepers tell us how we were attackers too. We killed for this land, for the cave of the Black Rock. We lost fathers and sons because we thought bloodshed was the way of life. But now we know another way. These necklaces opened our hearts. They can open other hearts that... This is the way of the great betrayer. The southern men know fear and greed. They will see our fields, our homes, and strike with great violence like the mountain cat. I have said enough. Voice vote. I call the voice vote for the tribe chief. My people, name your leader. Orteb Hroth. Orteb Hroth. Orteb. Looks like Orteb wins. Hroth is clubbed to death during a raid by invading people. August 12th, 8106 BC. Still can't do anything with you. Still can't do anything with you. So the only thing left is Queen Sadie. The Winter Fortress died. Ooh, the mesquite tree can do stuff now. So that'll get 10k XP. Let's see, nature experience for Dust Age. Toss you in there. Prayer generating. And eventually we'll be able to generate knowledge from this era when this finishes building. Till then, living is blocked by lack of ceramic, I assume. Yeah, only so much ceramic. Well, it's generating slowly. Pause. Oop, Sadie Sloan died. Queen Sadie succumbs to cervical cancer. September 1st, 2350. Let's see, how is the building doing? Still waiting. Alright, so I guess I can put Queen Sadie to work now. Maybe. Yeah, there you go. Start building that. And that's almost done. 6, 5, 4, 3. Done. Great. And now it will take all the ceramics in exchange for knowledge. Temporal Cathedral. Born of obsession, curiosity, and destiny. Okay, they're scavenging for food. List of food being taken up by. Check the production flow. Food is being taken in by the Temporal Cathedral, but that's it. So I can probably just have one scavenger for a while. Go with you because you're less likely to be plot relevant. And pause. Well, Great Navid has a couple of stories. Structures made of stone slurry, poured, hardened, rising, bursting with gardens and vines, heights surpassing the tallest pines. I miss seeing the evergreens. I miss all my horizons. There are no longer views to gaze. The only expanse I see is the sky, slowly disturbed by the towers of smooth stone, sometimes topped with spinning mills. The focused ray of my attention refracts like sunlight through quartz, a wagon contraption puttering with corn fuel. Children playing raiders and soldiers. Above, an old woman hanging sheets. A cat darts around the corner. Then streetlights flicker on, commotion all around. Especially today, on You Are Me Day, the city's energy penetrates my fibers. Savnyana's tomb is bedecked with streamers twisted in helix. Swelga, marry You Are Me. You are me to you and yours, Tabor. Perhaps I am no longer what I view myself. I am not quite a tree, but rather a neighbor among neighbors. Memorial Tree of Quent. Yesterday morning they polished my plaque, Great Navid the Mesquite Tree. In the afternoon, a district official made a speech about this little space, my home, called henceforth the Savnya Pratis Tomb Garden. The official said many niceties. A band with electrical horns and strummers played the city's anthem. A vendor gave out bags of popped corn, free of charge. What a place to witness. A nexus of evolution. Last century, starving, thirsting humans, slaves of dust, violent beyond necessity. Today, communities of mutual prosperity, shared peace. I stand surprised. I stand corrected. Who could have imagined? Beings with a limitless capacity for cruelty have the same capacity for miracles. They have dulled their base instincts, their greed. Generation after generation of learned empathy. Their minds have left the cave behind. What is there to fear when you can count on your neighbor? They are all butterflies, broken free from the cocoon, tasting the sky. Alright, what else is there? Looking for the red dot. Renaissance. So a new thing has popped while I was reading the tree stuff. There you are. Tobor 4. 55 AF. Hopefully this marks my last haul. Ass aches for days after these trips. Can't they see I'm old as Great Navid? And it still gets bloody out on the great waterhole roads. As far as I'm concerned, Queen Sadie can go splash in Sneed cut cement. About time one of her schmancy scholars takes the reins of the royal book trade out of my hands. Too bad I know exactly what to look for. The dorks at the archaeology school will cream themselves over the Dell. All was good. Best findings? The Great Bayou Farmer's Almanac, 1992. Packard Bell, 486XL User's Manual, 1996. The Shape of Life, Quantum Mechanics, 2006. Ham It Up, Radio for the People, 1986. Dell Inspirion, 16. Mid-grade condition, covered in an odd Texas A&M stickers. 2022, maybe? Escorted by 36 sharpshooters with Quent forged rifles, largest security force so far. Our armored ethanol engine wagons now outrun horses, but mounted brigands still make unfortunate passes at our goods. They never get within 30 yards. More horses for us. Trade is the easiest part. Every dusty merchant from afar clamors for our medicines and weapons. Outdated crap from Quent. We toss them some salves, some vaccines, some crossbows, some chunky hand cannons, and we get the best books. Premium knowledge. Real progress shit. I get back to Quent, and there's another horde of migrants at the gate. I like seeing that. Still soft for the Quentinite bullshit. Helping the poor and all that. The migrants want stability, and the city delivers. Makes the halls worth it. But nothing beats my cabin in the pines. Hot bath, pillows for my ass, jerky, tobacco, quiet. Good to be home. This is blocked by ceramic amount, but have plenty of knowledge now. We'll have this fully researched before running out of the current ideas, and then can start working on Yira. Okay, stop doing that, thank you. Woof. Gila monster, blade maw, and poison breather. They are all part of something, but no idea what that is. Shadow of the Pines. No, Saviors of the Pines. Delivers the most powerful blessing. Spirits. Strengthen the good, protection from evil. Spearfinger shrieks a message. Huh. Romina transcends. Strengthen the good. Herring gull finds a home. Wind. Raccoon. Interesting. Crude gem. Neolithic. Crude gem. Colonial. Gem pendant necklace. Long depression. Mysterious green gem. Second Renaissance. Who, how, and why. And then this is probably the contributing factors, maybe? No. Murder, Pillars of History. Okay. That's what this is. So the profound artifacts. We've got the map of the Mirelands. Spoils a bank robbery. Bug launches this plan. Discovers a strange mound. Recounts a legendary battle. Fungaki takes a new hobby. Quinn presents a plan. And then the maps of the Mirelands get made from the Roadrunner maps. However, I'm still missing 2 of these to get whatever this is. Queen Sadie reflects on achievements and goals. Chemistry textbook. This is from Elvin, Trash Haven, the murder weapon. The eye patch. There's something in the Neolithic, I think, for that. Cruel Catalysts of Destiny. Captain Ratliff, Ubar Kuder, Cal Holt, Hero, Queen, Jehovah Jim, and Mayor. Okay. Too bad I can't hit click all or anything like that. Anyway. Whoo boy. This cake is made of flour, egg, syrup, milk, and yep, deer crap? Heh, watch your mouth, Runt. Baking is a science, and I'm an artist. It's great, Uncle Eb. We could always use more fertilizer. I should have never taught you to be such a little smartass. Come here, Yirka. Happy 3rd Founding Day. That's not hugging, that's murder. You know, you're ready for Quent now. You picked up common language quickly. You got real brains. And let me tell you, exomnus is simply incredible. The amount you can learn in such a short time. You'll see. What if I just want to live in the pines and hunt deer and build my own house? After you learn some of our world's greatest knowledge, you can come back and be the best hunter and home builder these creaky trees have ever seen. But first, you should know about the world. Then you'll be sure of how you want to live in it. And who will even believe I'm from, a far back place? Just say you're with me, because you are. My name carries some weight, believe it or not. I believe it. I've seen your portions. You're good at carrying weight. Runt! Finished exploring rolling grasslands. Alright. So rolling grasslands should be all the way over here. Yeah. So I can stop having you there. Oop, wrong one. And have you in the aspen forest instead. I don't think I need anyone exploring this. But, I mean, I guess I might as well have the grass on it. Or the daisy on it. Prisoner. Daisy pond, daisy pond, daisy pond, rock. Let's see, raccoon. Just generates experience. Grand Rosa. Currently idle. Might as well. You're currently scavenging. Clearing. Grand Rosa, currently idle. Might as well. Buzz is currently idle. Might as well. Seal Island is currently... no one's idle. Generating experience out of ceramic, which I'll have to stop once I hit here. Because 100% is all I need for this. Same for this and this. Well, I'll probably need the green opals at some point. Alright, pause. Alright, tree is about to be done. Press of Quent, your time well spent. Set 17, year 127 after founding. Great Navid severed in Savnia's tomb garden. Cult activity suspected. Peace officers and investigators were alerted in the early morning to Great Navid, the oldest tree within Quent, leaning against a neighboring apartment structure. The mighty mesquite was severed near the bottom of its trunk. A note was taped to the tree's plaque written in common language. Life must fade. Cease the portal. Forget the fourth. Neighbors are highly concerned by the crime. All work locations built. The production huts of every era hum to life, fueled by visions of progress. And there was an achievement, but I did not read it. Neighbors are highly concerned by the crime, but are also suspicious of the cryptic meaning of the text. We believe the criminal suspects are members of the Forgetters cult, said Central District Lead Investigator Pelik Wren. Cult tenets, essentially, oppose all interference with the temporal dimension, and we believe the note is consistent with that line of thinking. We are looking into the bizarre reference to a portal. Artificial intelligence security footage revealed 3 hooded, masked figures pulling up on silent, hovering magnetrike R scooters. Their baggy body coverings make it difficult to identify their build using AI precision, and, at this time, no prints or other identifying traces of the crime have been found. The march of progress does not yield to intimidation, said Moran Pradis, the institutional representative for the Temporal Cathedral. Our research will continue to gather unprecedented data about dimensional associations, furthering our understanding of the nature of existence. Pradis declined to comment on the portal mentioned in the criminal note. Quent citizens are encouraged to contact Central District peace officers with any information that may lead to the detainment of the suspects. September 16th, 2404. Great Navid is silently cut at the trunk by a laser. You are idle. Can I set you to a nature location, perhaps? No. Yes. Springs of Mount Vivian. I have some artifacts. Stunning graffiti. You are able to investigate it, and you are the only one able to investigate it. You are currently idle, so I might as well put you on that. You are currently idle, so put you on that. Back to people. We've got Eneb Praetus, who is 8033 vid transcript.evned. Row2-lib and battery is terrible. Well, guff me, eh? Never thought I'd live to use one of these telephonic communicators I've read about. The joy of sitting on my ass and talking to anyone I want. Don't even have to fix anyone dinner. Quint researchers work day and night to make your ass more comfortable, Uncle Ab. That's what I like to hear, Runt. We're actually making rapid rediscoveries thanks to a new iteration of Eximus that's purely numerical. Faster processing, faster learning, faster planning. We're exploring the digitization of information, and we're nearly done laying our most ambitious railway system to 2 other cities. That should bring in a lot of the materials for... Are you happy? Well, I keep busy. I mean, I hate the press. Guffin drama mongers. I just wish I had more time to work on my time anomaly theories. You know, the one Auntie-D encouraged. Ira, scratch your itches. Once you get old bones, you won't be able to reach them. Well, you have your wits and health. Do what you believe you are meant to do. The only person you have to please is the one in the mirror. Nothing's worse than a life unfulfilled. And for what it's worth, Runt, I'm very, very proud of you. 2K more ideas, and then you'll be dead. So I can move on to someone else. Probably you. Yeah, you're already dead. Alright. And then there's still 8 more scavenging zones, 5 more nature locations, 8 more artifacts, and 9 more people to unlock. 2 more plants, and 6 more animals. Sheesh. Alright, pause. Oop, he died. Unable to care for himself, Ebned drinks a tea of nightshade. November 30th, 2364. And now Yira can get set to live life while... Where is it? He can scavenge in the tomb garden. Why are you idle? I guess the artifact finished. Sun Gafridi. Forget the 4th. AP Chemistry textbook is almost done. If I head to the Neolithic, Chieftain's Knife. The finest obsidian blade is reserved for the chosen tribal leader. I dread a negative. Let's see, knowledge. Got plenty of it. How's the nature doing? Still using hides when they're not negative. What is using up? Oh, right. That's using up hides. Well, I do need to. Finished artifact, chemistry textbook. Right, okay. Revered for revealing the atomic level truths of the ancients. And now you are dead and idle, so I should set you to doing something. Let's see, this would be converting something into knowledge. We've got more prayer than ceramic, probably. Yeah. So put Queen Sadie at the library to produce knowledge. Then here in people we have Ira. Strange old man, was silent, found me in the woods. I was rubbing dirt on the pained foot. My eyes met his and I growled hard and showed all my teeth. His eyes got big, then laughed loudly. He approached slow and I got up to run, but the pained foot could not take weight. He threw me a strip of deer meat. Ahoo, good flavor. Ebned, he said, hand on his chest. I knew the next hand motion. He beckoned, turned, walked. I limped after and clutched my gem. No, I did not enter his hut. Ugly woman who hurt me had hut of almost same shape. I stayed outside on the needles. He brought me cooked eggs and meat. Woohoo! Never had egg and meat this good. No hair on meat, no shell in egg. Salt. Mysterious herbs. Woohoo! Next he brought out a bowl of warm water with a woven rag. Motioned his idea. Put foot in water, scrub with rag. Then he went inside. Now the strange old man snores and sleeps. He is not afraid? Does he not know I can hurt him? His home smells like leathery smoke. A small fire burns in a metal cage. Dried meats hangle from ceiling beams. Thin, pale leaves covered in symbols are scattered on his table. I take a fork off of the table and sit. I rest. Okay. So, nothing in any of this area. One person, two people. And that is it. Just need 21.2k ideas, and that will get both of them set. Oh, well, that's enough. I can just live life with you now. The scavenging can wait for someone to be available. Alright. Animals still can't do anything with you. Plants still can't do anything with you. And pause. Alright, something just unlocked like 12 notifications. Finished worshipping AI astrology. That wasn't it. New religion, new mudfig foot, new Pitra. Ah, there it is. New Year Story unlocked, Pinecone unlocked, Zebna unlocked, Dwalan unlocked, and Moron Praetus unlocked. Pinecone, live life. Plenty of experience. Religion. So AI astrology, scavenging zone actions are additional 10% faster, star worship. 15 to scavenging skill. Put you on there, put you on there, put you on there because you're currently blocked from exploring. That'll be 6 hours, 10 minutes. Alright. And then neo-transcendentalism, put you on there and you on there. That'll be another 4 hours. And it goes into like 5 more things. Once this outright nihilism is done, 20 minutes. Okay. Then it can have its people reassigned to neo-paganism and mainstream Protestantism, because that unlocks 2 branches at the very least. And I can assign all of my researchers to stuff, hopefully. Alright, and then let's see, we've got people. So you're Morhan Praetus, and you're Zebna. You take opals. So that's why I need them. Got it. Let's see, are you good at anything? You're good at science, so not useful. You're good at science, so not useful. Well, I mean, maybe useful. You're currently skill 100, so toss you in there. That'll be done in a couple of hours. You are somewhere, I'm sure. Put you there instead. There we go. So we got 2 hours, 3 minutes to finish this, and then that'll unlock these 2. You are idle, Chief Rock. Let's see. Scavenging, Neolithic. If I put Chief Rock here, you are slightly better than Feral Child. If I go to Neolithic Work, Feral Child is significantly worse at working than everyone else. However, if I go to nature locations, Neolithic, then Feral Child is also not the best. Whatever. You're currently idle, so might as well. Actually, you know what? No, I don't need experience. Why am I doing that? I don't need experience here either. You know what? It's a tree. I'll just keep the tree on it. Why are you working? New artifact Chronogate has been unlocked. Okay. This can be examined by 3 people. You are currently idle, so you will be the examiner. It will provide numerous green opals. And the green opals are the endpoint of the Second Renaissance explorations, so they are pretty much the reason to have all of this stuff running. Currently worshipping. Oh, that's what I assigned there. Okay. Well, I wasn't getting much out of this anyway. Because I need to... Oh, right. Planned demolition. The Mudfoot bleed for Z-Dust, the Z, True Blue, Dry High. Alleys and side roads hold groups of wide-eyed wretches who babble paranoid monologues and, in the worst cases, lash out. If the snail guards are called in, they don't even dismount from their shell saddles as they spear through anyone who seems hysterical. Dangers to common order. They spear through brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. The tormented become more tormented. The desperate become more desperate. In all this, a euphoric feeling, even from chemicals, can seem like hope, just as intended. Born to run. It takes great effort to build an aviary from nothing, a labor of blind will, foolhardy aspirations. In the spring season, Naveed and his followers built a crude stone corral and pine coop for roadrunners, and then needed another 2 seasons to trap 2 healthy adult breeding pairs. 3 Quentinites were assigned the delicate task of creating and maintaining a meal-borne farm for bird food. All the feeding had to be done with as little hand-rearing as possible, so as to avoid creating dependencies from the bird onto their human breeders. The first many chicks died in the winter months from lack of heat and local thieves, but enough survived to maintain the aviary with bare minimum genetic diversity. Across the frigid season, dozens of small maps were etched onto tanned rat skins, ways to local water holes and landmarks leading to Obark from all directions. By the coming fall, the first 3 Roadrunners were released, maps strapped to their feathery backs. A few Quentinites scratched their heads as they watched years of planning, struggle, and effort disappear into the horizon in a little cloud of dust. Well, eventually, I will stop needing to get these to 100%, and thus will stop consuming the hides. Pause. Green thumbs. All plants unlocked. The quiet observers of Asbury Pines have all entrusted you with their wisdom and insights. Pinecone time traveled to the Neolithic. Yep, that would be the ones that the forest was complaining about. I think that makes the Pinecone the first time traveler, actually. Okay, government. Armageddon spoil system finished. So, stick some characters in here. Raid tribalism. Work location actions are an additional 50% faster. Technocratic monarchy is completed. So let's see. You are a 47. Do I have a better one? I have a 74. You are a 14. And I have a 62 idle. You are a 28. And I have an idle 58. So now it'll be 3 hours and 41 minutes to get humanistic mutualism, and work location producing 4 more resources per action. Raid tribalism. Alright, so let's see. You, Old Man Alvin, are 64. That's about as good as I'm going to get, I think. Currently, Queen Sadie is working. You know what? Replace Alvin with him. And then Great Navid is currently worshipping, is a 62. You know what? I'll take Proc, who is a skill level 90. As the Neolithic is great at being a governor, apparently. So that's 13 out of 15 governments. How's science doing? Snail genetics is still 2 hours out. Gritty preservatives is an hour out. And religion, we've got way too much to go. We can focus on that later, I guess. Let's see. The Clay Plaza needs Feral Child working on it, I guess. Let's see. St. Francis Catholic Church. I didn't see that. Where'd that come from? Put Aldous on there. And then Craftorium District needs someone. Yura is currently idle. Work doesn't matter as much because that's just generating resources for other things. And if I am not currently doing the other things, then it does not matter. Put Quan on there. I have 23 or 22 cake ceramics, so might as well. Nature locations. Yeah. Great Waterhole Roads. Roads eternal. Great roads last as long as mountains. Along the ancient highways blazed by a cow holt, extending in the 4 cardinal directions, the shallow sea eroded ruts and potholes into great sinkholes. Dirty pools grew small oases for wildlife and travelers, and became common camps for roving bandits. Later on, Masuma Empire cartographers plotted these waterholes to aid the movement and resupply of the snail legions. Accurate maps meant efficient territorial expansion. A century later, this work formed the foundation for the mighty trade corridors of Quent. And this will eventually get to 100%. Strange Mound is working as fast as it can. Oh, this is done, so you can stop there. You can instead... Actually, you know what? I need the best person on the job for that, so never mind. Doggo, you were just outside. Like, legitimately, I opened the door, you went outside, you came back in, you got your go outside treat. And now you're wanting outside again. No. Alright, so 3 nature locations left to go. Well, to complete, at least. Wait. Unless there's one that isn't 100%. Okay, good. Just have one left to unlock then. Alright, check the notification log. Pinecone unlocked, finished exploring Mudfoot District, finished examining artifact, Chronogate, finished government technocratic monarchy, obtained perk of the technocratic monarchy, obtained the perk of outright nihilism, new Great Wormhole Roads story, or Waterhole Road story unlocked, community event for Pitra Patra, new Uric event, story unlocked, government raid tribalism unlocked, perk Armageddon spoil systems, story unlocked, Pitra Patra, new artifact Chronogate. Alright, I don't think there's much left to go. Measures the rope of an event in space-time. That could also have said route. Alright, back to the people. Can live life with Zebna. Who is Zebna? You are. Okay, so these two need the opals. The green opals, to be specific. There's no one else to live life with. Oh, wait, no. You need opals. And child can now scavenge. Can now be done something with. Yeah, good. You can live life. Hey, I told you no. So, Yira. Press of Quent. Your time well spent. Navender 19. Year 80 after founding. Opinion. The Queen has become invisible. By Lewis Sneevoil. Fellow Quensians, if seeing is believing, then I do believe our Queen is invisible. There is no need to panic yet. I hear of her presence in the great stacks of the Rotunda Libraria. I hear of her work in the Royal Laboratoria, and I hear of her signing new laws approved by district council members. So she does exist. But ask me where, exactly, and I'll gesture broadly to the ether. I recall the shock of the announcement 4 years ago when Sadie the Beloved, before her passing, announced her heir, a young brusque scholar of Exomnus, an orphan turned into the brightest mind of her class, now the preeminent authority in various fields of theoretical physics. Incredible intellectual achievements, to be sure, but allow me to count her achievements in governing. 0. Well, perhaps there is one achievement. I have never witnessed a greater divide in social attitude between the exogenous educated and the rest of us. Ever worsened, I would say, from Queen Yera's continued obsession with research. Her posture is off. She overvalues the pursuit of knowledge in a society that thrives from its diversity in skills, traditions, celebrations, and artistic expression. On behalf of your people, dear Queen, might I suggest you divert your attention from the study of gravity and, instead, focus on the gravity of our situation. We do not ask for the world. You are me, day is next week. Showing you are not invisible would be a fine start. Larg. Day 27. Sector 341 of Pine Forest North. Confirmed. I found it. I recreated the temporal event. Months of searching, swinging my gem around, sector by sector, like some crazed fool in the pine forest. My advisors ceaselessly checking on me with guards, watching me, following me with such regularity that I had to ask Vindor Praetus, my clever cousin with that charming Pitra robot, to obtain a logger's wagon for me to get into the forest undetected. Leave at dawn, return by noon. Day in and day out. 5 months. And it actually exists. It is reality. It is truth. I'm glad I listened to you, Uncle Eb. My Exomnus processor was sifting through recent archaeological logs entering into the Libraria database last night, filtering for discoveries in the pine forest. It hit a recent find, a buried stone slab with Sadie Sloan on it, dated from the year 1897. The scholar noted this as likely a joke. Auntie Dee's childhood grave? I wonder. Immediately, I referenced my personal grid map of the pine forest and vanished into the woods at morning light. I left a note on my bed to my advisors. They can handle the day's agenda. I found the dig site for the grave, and I began slashing the air with my green gem. The sector was squared at 20 by 20 meters. 2 hours into my swinging, I felt the pangs of doubt. I was hungry and thirsty, and I began questioning my sanity. But then it opened. With the flash of lightning, a tear in the ether, a laceration in existence, rippling with energy, like heat off of sun-charged concrete. I can't recall how long I stared at this magnificent radiation. I grabbed a pine cone and tossed it in. The cut swallowed it whole and closed. Did I worry about the implications? Nothing seemed to change. I had to know if all this was replicable. I swung my gem excitedly. In no time I found the area, the exact place to swipe, and the rippling time tear reappeared. I tossed a stick. Swallowed. Portal closed. I let out a guttural yell, a cathartic wail. It was all I could think to do, all I wanted to do in that moment of supreme validation. This is how Auntie Dee must have felt when she realized she was not crazy. The relief is nothing short of redemptive. Though I must have frightened someone, I heard footsteps scurry through the needles. Was it real? Paranoia? As I record this, I'm still unsure. Yera, you're still clacking at your DigiNotes? This is a week now where you're hardly leaving your office. Wow, what's the awful smell? Have you bathed? Is that blood on those tissues? Oh, the Mad Queen is free. I'm almost finished. I'm just about done. Are you coughing up blood? Yera, you're scaring me. What are you saying? Mo, my sweet Mo, I've unified the data. I have a theory. No, I have the theory. Let's get you some fresh air. No, I want you to hear this from me first. I am dying, but that's okay. Shh, listen. The radioactive materials I've handled for experiments are taking their toll. I accept it. I accept it wholeheartedly. Because I believe I finally understand the framework of the data. The framework of, this can wait, we must see a doc. No, Mo, please, listen to a dying old woman. I've developed a theoretical paradigm called the chaos thesis. Do you know why we struggled to connect our data? Because we assumed time was linear when the temporal dimension is circular, spherical. Time flows not on a plane, but looping within itself. I was holding the idea all along. The gem. The very fact we possess this portal-ripping green crystal. means that, in a circular framework, we were meant to possess it all along. Exactly. A circular flow of time implies that everything in the past was meant to happen to create the future, and everything in the future was meant to happen to create the past. On and on, flowing in a great circuit. All is predestined. So our experiments were meant to happen. They had to happen. Even that little pine cone and stick you saw me toss into the very first portal, all of it, inflection points within the spinning ring of past, present, future, past. Events that always had to occur for us to end up in the time state we are now. Now listen with your heart, Mo. This is the most important implication. I believe that with this theoretical framework, we may be able to map time by hypothetically calculating the dimensional relationship between our experimental data points. It's like how my father connected stars of varying distances to create a recognizable constellation that moves predictably. We connect our data like constellations and relate it to our knowledge of history, of how the world has changed, to generate an approximate map of time. And then, with a map, we can potentially see the events that shape the flow of our timeline. Guff me. And these events ensure that we, humanity as we know it, come to exist in our current state of prosperity. So you're telling me that this map of time can show us how we need to affect time so we end up with Gwent? I knew you'd grasp it, my dear. And last but not least, here, the green gem is yours, along with the destiny of our work. No pressure. Heh. I'm satisfied, I think. I'm slowly on my way to meet my Appa, my Stone Age father, Froch. Stone Age what? Ah, yes, heh. I suppose that's important. Make us some soup, dear. I'll tell you all about my journey with this little gem. A journey across thousands of years. Ira dies of radiation poisoning. February 4th, 2405. Patra is idle. You are good at science. I'll just toss you in place of, let's see. Doggo, what did I just tell you? What I told you was no, in case you forgot. I hate you, Windows. Okay, you're a 97. You are only a 52, so you are replaced by the robot. Now it's 27 minutes. Alright, Patra. Your mechanical friend. Greetings. I'm Clockwork Robot, Patra. I sing about your favorite data. Wind me up and feed me text, then sit back and enjoy what's next. Year 23 and 31, a gift from Vanavi from her son. Just you wait, I'll sing some more, about the things we both adore. Like cake and jokes and zippy scooters, and learning of the past computers. One day for you, I'll dance in sway. For now, I will wish you happy birthday. Hello, digital life. Hello, world. Year 23 and 63. I now run on a battery. My digital capacity has random access memory. Shall I recall the year's milestones, like LAN networks and handheld phones, and high-speed rail commercial zones, and discoveries of chromosomes, and therapies with plant hormones, and progress into times unknowns? Oh! But the greatest feat was one of bliss, the birth of you, Moharan Praetus. My programming will help you thrive from all the data in my hard drive. I'll tell you all you care to know. Let curiosity bloom and grow. 10 years, I believe, if my processors are efficiently recycled. You're attempting a joke, right? You believe it will take 10 years for you to process a theoretical map of critical temporal events from the experimental data? Yes, if my processes are cooled and cleansed intermittently across that time. Respectfully, you cannot perceive the vast amounts of mathematical computing required for this undertaking. I will have to enter a hibernation of pure calculation. I will have to divert all power to creating and testing many theoretical algorithms simultaneously. Analogy. You must map all the things in a dark room of an unknown size, and all you know is that there is a room, and there are near infinite small things that are moving about in undefined paths. But it's possible. You think you can do it? If the goal is a mathematical map that extrapolates how an event in time affects other events in time, yes, our experiment data is just enough for me to get started, though the scope of the map is limited to all the knowledge of our past and our present. Fine. Yes, fine. I'll brief the team tonight, and we'll prepare to begin as soon as possible. Press of Quent. Your time well spent. Marcello 11, year 105 after founding. Public viewing of Temporal Cathedral soon to end. That's a low battery. Quentsians are reminded that the newly built Temporal Cathedral in the Great Pine Wood will be closed to public viewing starting April 1. The structure, part library and part laboratory, is devoted to studying the interrelationship of time, gravity, and space. Particular attention will be given to the exploration of what ancient philosophers called dark energy, a hypothetical anti-gravity force. The goal is to reveal natural truths hidden in the fourth dimension, otherwise known as the flow of time. Those who visit will have the opportunity to meet Head of Temporal Research Pitra Patra, the first ever artificial intelligence being to be bestowed such notable leadership. Unprecedented discoveries and advancements require the management of unprecedented amounts of information, said Queen Yira, the driving force behind the cathedral's construction and intention. Pitra Patra is a gift from Moharan Pratis, a student of temporal studies at Exalmnus Academy, and the invention of her father, Vindor Pratis, who we know as the leading authority in high-performance computing. I and fellow researchers are very pleased with Pitra Patra's depth at guidance and insight. Protesters outside the cathedral criticize its purpose and need. Forget the fourth, stated a concerned citizen who wished to remain anonymous. We are beings of the third dimension, so why must we meddle with forces beyond our perception? Besides, any child who has uploaded a basic human history cartridge knows that the hubris of mankind leads to its downfall. It's not hard. Forget the fourth. Subject. Urgent. Temporal date processing complete. 2. Moharan TC, Hualan TC, undeliverable. Zebna TC, Yira TC. Forgive my waking message as a digital note sent to your lab accounts. I wiped my ambulatory and audio speech capability 3 years ago for additional memory. The unimaginable is mapped. The conclusion is deeply unnerving. The data from the portal experiments proved critical. Like the poles of a tent, the portal data provided stable dimensional points around which to construct a hypothetical framework of time. I was able to extrapolate the ripple effects of the portal event within this simulated framework and discovered the greatest ripple of all. We expected time to be circular, but I never would have hypothesized that our circle, our reality's time flow, pinches into a critical event like the stem of an hourglass. In year 7 of processing, I found the spatial data of the event, which I call the foci crux, the event of the past that guarantees the existence of our present. I was unable to determine the exact date/time. In year 9 of processing, I commenced the most exhaustive theoretical calculations to define the factors of the foci crux. The result. Location. Asbury Pines, Pine Hills Park. Event. Everly Pratis dies. Date/time. Unknown. Some point in Everly Pratis' lifetime. To the best of my capacity, based on the recorded imagery and historical and genetic information of the Pratis lineage, I have produced this digital rendering of the Everly Pratis, who is our foci crux. To state the implication of my findings in the clearest terms possible, the death of Everly Pratis ensures the existence of our unprecedented human achievement. Unrelated, please let me know why Zebna and Yira have not logged notes to our lab network for an extended time. July 22nd, 2517. Pitra Patra's consciousness is uploaded to a digital universe of like-minded AI beings. Okay. Where is Child? There is Child. Appa left for hunt and not return until dusk time. Amma went to gather sparkleberries and flax. Ugh, flax means more rope making with the old wives tomorrow. Today, no one need to know. I sneak and search in the aspen forest for more crystal rock. Worry not needed. Brought my bone knife. Maybe star people will send more rocks to us? Hope so. Want a red one like cranberry. Also, night purple one like dewberry. I show Appa, Amma, and older children. All will name me Tribe Rockfinder and beg me to fight. Oh, pine needle snapping. Be still. Listen. That sighs. Poison breather. Run, run. Panting. Poison breather. Pant. Fast like deer. Panting. Fight then, poison breather. Come. Look me cutting. Sharp crystal rock from sky people. Crystal rock with killing magic. What? What this line of lightning? Not burned to touch. Can go through. And then she time travels to Colonial. So poison breather should be able to live life now. Since Great Venomous Lizard probably goes through that time portal and ends up all the way up in the snail barbarism time to become Blade Maw. And then there's 6 more animals. Okay, science still needs snail genetics and gravity gritty preservatives. Got 20 minutes left on that. Alright, pause. I get the feeling that this child is going to hit the max XP sometime soon. There it goes. Time travel. Yeah. The flow of time continues. To your death. Okay, have 13k opal, so I might as well get you sent into the past. Because then I can start working on the ghost. That's a pretty high science score. Okay, so check the animal. You are not there yet. This will take a while. See how the red dots shape up. Yep. Neolithic. A pine cone appears among ancient aspen. I guess I need to go to plants and click on that then. A pine cone plops into a forest of aspen. The air is damp and warm. Perfect conditions for germination. The pine cone releases its seeds, which shatter in the wind. April 27th, 3041 BC. Pine cone sheds its seeds and rots. Alright, still got 5 gathering locations to finish gathering from. Yep. And then these two. So 6, 7 gathering locations to finish gathering from. Put the feral child on there. And let's see. You are blocked from working. Might as well put you there then. Have plenty of ceramic. Snails go in, ceramic comes out. Ceramic goes in, knowledge comes out. Ceramic goes in, knowledge comes out. I've got enough knowledge for everything forever. So no need to work in here at all. Okay, and then nature locations. Still need 1, 2, 3, 4. Once this is done, it's only got 0.3 to go. I can take him off of there and stop wasting snails and meat. But I still have to continue wasting hides because it's the only thing to do. I am not limited by the stone, I am not limited by the ceramics, and I am not limited by the snails. I am only limited by how fast Fungaki can explore nature and get more hides. The tree can use the hides to bring forth prayer. This somehow is the thing that is happening. Is that 100%? Or is it just saying 100% that I need like 5 more? New poison breather story unlocked. And finished exploration, Great Water Hole Roads. Great. I'll put you on none. Thud. Rustle in the needles. Rustle in the needles. East. Was this stick? Strange smell. Sweet. Not like other stick. More rustle. Pattern. Steps. Lower neck. Ear to earth. Northeast. There. What a find. What a find. Tribe girl from the village. More bone than meat. But not forget. They take cave of shiny black. Pounce. Spotted. Chase. Ras. Much slower than tribe hunters. Simple snack. Trapped now, she's swinging a green rock and... What? What this lightning she step in? Go! Cave takers must die! Uranium and dysmium. And common dove. Where did these come from? You are all in Second Renaissance, and presumably will be sent back in time. Uranium's not an animal, is it? Osmium's not an animal, is it? Common dove is an animal, right? Well, it'll be great for scavenging. It'll let me take a researcher off and keep him off. Hello, doggo. Alright. Stories. Check to see what I'm missing. Red dot, red dot, red dot. Second Renaissance. Huang. Right. I had him running too. Quallen. Can you believe it? 15 years since the Academy. 15 years of our lives building nano-precise tools, poring over theoretical extrapolations, eating cold delivery meals. The moment is almost here. We're just about ready to test the portal. It's about time, huh? No pun intending. You got a mighty lunch there. How about sharing some of those fried corn poppers? Yeah, help yourself. You know, it feels like a dream. I pinch myself in the lab sometimes. We're actually going to pull this off. Aren't you, I don't know, absolutely guffin' exhilarated to see temporal data? I'd say. I'm a little more nervous. But yes, excited too, sure. Excited in certain ways. We are on the verge of revelations about the universe, our place in it, its behavior. New natural truths, mysteries will be solved. I tend to like mysteries. They're comforting. But isn't the best feeling to find that slippery answer to a deep question? To have that aha moment? Here's a deep question. You gonna finish those poppers? Obtained perk, gritty preservatives. New science, rediscovered chemistry has been unlocked. Boop. You get to go on there, you get to go on there, you get to go on there, and we've got 297 science working on rediscovered chemistry. Nature location actions are an additional 50% faster. That will probably help. All characters gain plus 15 to nature skills. That will probably also help. This will probably not help at this point because I don't need snails. But I need to pause until something happens again. Okay, so Kalan has gotten a new conversation. Yes, of course I'm sure. It has to be done. I have meditated and made peace with the task. I have trained and bulked my body to be swift and painless for the execution. We've done the research of the anticipated past environment, peoples, culture. I'm ready. And language? Have you studied ancient language of the time? There's simply no time to master everything, Mo. Zebna is out there working to end it all. Each day of preparation is a day closer to the potential apocalypse. I will get it done. Please, give me the key. Kalan. You must. You must. Be careful with this gem. I had Pitrapatra laser etch Everly's image into it so you can recognize her readily. Added a chain too, so it's more secure. Is there... Yes, good. I see you had the universal coordinates of the portal location tattooed on your forearm. You have a compass then, some freeze-dried... You must, Mo. You're moved through the futures with this gem. What a thing, creating portals to future and past. Right then, take it. The chrono gate is calibrated to the best of our ability. When you step through, you should arrive within the proper time to kill. Right, well, I'll await your return. Mo, remember, for Quent, for humanity. And then he traveled all the way back to Y2K, which is a bit early. Where's Everly? Ah, there it is. Okay, so that's how she loses her eye. He pushes her off a cliff. And then disappears, but she survives. And then gets the eye patch. And then he tries to teleport again, but ends up all the way back here, I think. And then there's Mission Bound Ghost. Probably. Oh, and Poison Breather did time travel. All the way over here to Blade Maw. As expected. Nothing else occurred. Oh wait, hold up. How are you guys doing? 2401 XP Zebna. Temporal Research Log. Jawoon 22 2000 402. 125 AF. Recorder Zebna. Experiment 203. Material dove. Domesticated common rook pigeon. Density 0.862 grams per centimeter cubed. Size 11 inches. Weight 12.72 ounces. At 1:04 p.m., Yura opened the portal with her gem. The dove was delivered through the portal. The portal closed after the animal entered. Rapid and small dark energy shifts detected on the spectroscope. Patra begins data processing. Makes another guess of a localized dimensional event. We'll get the revelations in 2 days. 25th, 2024, 2402. 125 AF. Experiment 204. Material dove. Extrapolation calculated. Great news. More random data from the ether. Comment from Yira. Please record findings like the professional you are. Temporal research log. Theban 21. 2402. 125 AF. Recorder Yura. Experiment 142. Material uranium. Density 19.1 grams per centimeter cubed. Size 1 by 1 inches. Weight 11.01 ounces. At 8:11 a.m., I opened the portal with my gem. The uranium was delivered through the portal using zirconium tongs. The portal closed around the tongs after the matter entered. Finished scavenging public well. The tips of the tongs extracted from the portal were superheated. Significant dark energy reverberations detected on the spectroscope. Patra hypothesizes a localized dimensional consequence of the experiment. Temporal data processing and quadrilating dimensional extrapolations continue. Calculations ready in 2 days. Theban 23, 2402, 125 AF. Experiment 143, material uranium. Extrapolation calculated. Yet another data point. Larger framework for data points remain inconclusive. My patience wanes. I believe it's time to test living matter. I'm not getting any younger. Temporal research log. January 3, 2401, 124 AF. Recorder Qualan. Experiment 19. Material osmium. Density 22.587 plus or minus 0.009 grams per centimeter cubes, i.e. densest naturally occurring metal. Size 1x1 inches. Weight 13.2 ounces. At 8:32 a.m., Yira opened the portal with her gem. The osmium was delivered through the portal. The portal closed after the matter entered. Minuscule dark energy shift detected on the spectroscope. Patra is on data processing and algorithmic extrapolation of hypothetical dimensional coordinates. Due to the vast scale of calculations, data will require the usual 2 days of processing. Experiment 20, material osmium, extrapolation calculated. Results inconclusive. On to the next test. And it's close to them time traveling / dying and me figuring out what happened to them. There are 3 animals to find, so this should be the 3 locations that they get sent to. New Romina Zappa story unlocked. New middle-aged Romina Zappa story unlocked. Well, what prompted that? Scavenge zone completed. Public well. New clone story unlocked. Okay, that's what. This moment on Mount Vivian. You're watching the family for 3 days now. You've watched the family for 3 days now. Followed them here on their outing. She's a little girl. Do it and run to the portal. Do not think. Do not think. Girl, woman, it must be done. Shove the child Everly Praetus off the ledge when they stop for review. You must. You must. For humanity. The shriek of the mother. Run, run. A child wailing. Everly, to the portal. And then Romina should be around here somewhere. There you are. Ye, Pathfinder, beloved, you are right. We are not kooky crazy. The people cover their eyes and ears. The dark, the bits. I saw it again, but with my 2 earth eyes this time. The gate of my 3rd eye is here. The gate I keep. Remember what you witnessed, old girl. A strange man. No. Angel. An angel with a friend of the wild. All animals unlocked. You are one with the wills and dreams of the wildlife who call the pines their home. A strange man. No. Angel. An angel with cloud clothes, running fierce through the pine. Startled me. Up from dozing in the leaves. I watched with my 2 eyes, and the 3rd. Angel stopped suddenly by the abandoned grave, panting like a dog. There and then and there, I saw the green gem necklace in his hand. He lifted it up. He slashed and slashed it about, and then, the truth. The rip, the green gem necklace, the dark. The rip of our world. Oh, the beautiful pulse of the gate I keep. He stepped through, back through, to the thrones of angels. Yes, we all remember. You are gatekeeper. Mark the spot in your mind. Shut up for a sec. Look and learn. An old abandoned grave. Sadie Sloan. Drag that stump. Drag it. Place it. The grave and stump. Your gate, old girl. Yours, gatekeeper. Oh, blessed, happy, and perfect day. The rip, the green gem necklace, and the one-eyed angel. You know it now. We watched. Huh? Yep. Like a good guard, I watched, eh? The one-eyed angel runs at the fresh hours. At dawn, sunrise, new day. The town sleeps and she runs, right by the edge of Pine Hills Park. You think? Yep. She is drawn to the gate. Must be. Again? Why again? Fine, shut it. Almost done anyway. Tying these twigs together, just like so, just like this, so it's shaped like a gun. Bang. The grip handle, the shooting barrel. Fine. In the coat pocket, no one can tell, no one can see. Just twigs in our lie. The plan is setting up. Yep. Yes, agree. There's wickedness, a sadness in this lie. I don't like it either, okay? Fear of death. I know. They're the darkest fear. We have to, though. Have to use this fear to deliver her. She must go to the gate. The dark, the bits, the little girl to rip. No, what choice? I am gatekeeper. My purpose is the gate. To allow the one-eyed angel through. Did Pathfinder say, oh, this will be easy as pie? No one said this. It is the truth of my path. Little point to wait. Why wait? No more medicine for us. Just the work. Next dawn. Tomorrow do the work. And don't mess up. She uses Sheriff Buzz. You know that Sheriff will tear you from your work for good if you mess up. So don't. Focus like for Pathfinder. Okay, I use the gun fear when she comes near. Take her in through the pines, to the grave, the gate. She will open the gate. We'll open it like the little girl opened it. The gem in the air. The one-eyed angel will pass through. The green gem necklace and the one-eyed angel. Everly Praetus. Live life. You're still running. Zebna, you... New Everly Praetus story unlocked. Romina, please, don't. Just don't shoot. Whatever I did to upset you, I have kids. I'm a mom. Eyes frontward, just listen. Do things I say. Yes, yep. You are mom and wife and townie and runner and so many things, and you are the one-eyed angel. You will see. You must. The key and key holder. When I saw you with the key, it was clear as water, as vodka. Ha! The gate. Yep, just ahead, okay? The fright will end soon. End there. If it's money, I can get you anything you want. My phone. I can withdraw $500 from an ATM if we... Or more, as much as you want. I want. What I want? Oh, Angel, I heard from medicine all the time. My mind is noise and chatter like my head is split to 3 heads or maybe 4. My day and night is blah, 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 on and on. But we all agree, all the heads, inside me we agree. I must fulfill what I am. There is a, peace in that, to agree, to fulfill. Oh, here we are. A grave? Oh, God, Romina, God, please, no, please. Hey, shut it. Shut up, shut now, and just do the thing I say. So, like the girl I saw do it, you go there, stand near the grave. Okay, yep. Okay, take the gem of your necklace and hold it. Hold the key up high, like over your ponytail. Mm-hmm. Now begin to swipe it, like I think spell your name in the air and hey, cry all you want, but just do it. Do the things. Danny, I love you. Gavin and Heather, I love you. Mom and Dad, I love what the fuck is that? The rip, the green gem necklace. The rip. Go in the gate, or I shoot you. And your people, I will shoot them. Or you go now. What will happen? Romina. You, yep, you chatter brain broken girl. The one eyed angel passed through. From you. Oh my heart. When was the last time? When was the last time tears came so much like this? Everly. 10.2k opals. Well, that's gonna take a while. Let's see how Qualm's doing. Still barely moving. Okay. Animals. Uranium. Live life. It only went to snail barbarism. The dove went to colonial times. And the osmium is here in the Neolithic. Is it the betrayer? What? Yeah, whatever. I'll come back to this when they've had enough time. Till then, gotta check this. Yeah, need more rocks. How do I get more rocks? What? Where are all my rocks? Okay. Clearly, I need to be scavenging rocks. And you can stop doing that because I need more rocks. Okay, scavenge. Okay, need work then. The work is occurring. Need to scavenge. Do I have a better scavenger? Currently worshipping? Yeah, you can stop that. There. Now we've got meat coming in at the highest rate we can to convert into rocks and hide. Okay, have one person on everything that is available at least. That's going to take 5 hours, that's going to take 2 hours, that's going to take 7 hours, that's going to take 4 hours. So go to people and pause for a while. Alright. Quallen is about to time travel. Blarg. Breg Knock unlocked in the Neolithic. Ah, you are the betrayer. And you, theoretically, give... No. Because she got it from a meteor from her father. and then she went to the future, and then gave it to him. Alright. Pause until he travels up to here. Alright, got a story for Bregnok. The dimensional calibration must have been wrong. Did I rush things? Pointless to think about now. I'm the prisoner of these Stone Age primitives. They are extremely instinctual and alert, athletic and faster than I can ever hope to be. They found me stumbling through the aspen forest and encircled me before I knew they were all there. I suppose the pines hadn't yet taken the land. I have to escape and go back to Morharan, the temporal cathedral. There is no greater mission than this. The tribal leader would not let anyone strike me after he saw me holding the portal key, the green gem. He was utterly moved by it, as if showing some sort of recognition, some sort of longing. He put the necklace around his neck. The other hunters stripped me of my clothes, roped my arms and neck, and pulled me back to their village, to my new home, a storage tent for animal skins and various kinds of bones. The moment they released my hands, I fell to my knees and began drawing in the dirt, attempting a story they would understand. A figure of a woman, breasts, figure, long hair, giving me the gem. Me, a wizard being, hat staff, holding the gem. I fall, circle portal, from the sky, clouds, with the gem. The leader crouched, his gaze on the sky clouds. Then he examined the green gem necklace. He spoke guttural phrases, and the hunters tied me to the thick wooden tent pole. Don't panic. Think. Think, Falon. Think. So, go to animals. Uranium. Uranium appears in the molten iron and nickel of Earth's outer core. Superheated uranium undergoes nuclear fission through an atomic chain reaction. A gigaton explosion of lava and heat energy surges towards the Earth's crust. You know, I kind of figured that the East Coast doesn't really have volcanoes. Dormant and active volcanoes simultaneously erupt across the world. Along with trace uranium particles, enormous amounts of volcanic gas and ash are injected into the stratosphere. The planet burps. Earth temperatures cool as atmospheric ash impedes sunlight for half of a year. Wildlife and vegetation die en masse. Ash and drought create dusty wastelands. Dove panics and flies erratically from the sudden shift in environment, snow and night in the depths of a pine forest. Wind brings the smell of ash. The freezing dove turns to the smoke and flies towards an amber glow, towards a growing warmth, towards the gray plumes of a burning structure, a log cabin on fire. Dove takes rest on a pine branch above the blaze. Branch creaks from the heavy, melting snow. Dove splays its wings to warm and dry its feathers. Dove jumps to the sky as the pine branch cracks, snaps, and falls to collapse a wall of the burning log cabin below. A human stumbles from the burning building and rolls wildly in the snow. The human rests on his back, heaving, gulping air. Dove lands on another branch and again tries to warm its feathers. Common dove, savior of Asbury. Square of osmium appears in the Oort cloud. High-speed asteroid with a green tail collides into the dense square metal. Ice shatters off the asteroid and the osmium embeds itself into the rock. The asteroid's trajectory shifts by 7 degrees. It leaves the Oort cloud. Osmium, dense space debris. Well, it's close to hitting a new thing. New artifact. Crude green gem has been unlocked. New story unlocked. Alright. Artifacts. Neolithic. Crude green gem. Feral child. Wood, hides, and ceramic. This is useless to me. After 694 years of hurtling through space, the osmium in the asteroid returns to Earth. Osmium superheats with the asteroid as it enters Earth's atmosphere. Asteroid smashes into Earth's crust and osmium splits the rock in a thunderous crack. By a forest of ancient aspen, a green crystal glows in the asteroid's core. Whoop. Missed where the common dove was. Okay, it's got a while. And the uranium similarly has a while. Alright. To the people. You only take experience. There's plenty of experience. And pause. Oop. New Bragnock story unlocked. New artifact symbolic necklace unlocked. So gotta set someone on this. Put Spearfinger on it, I guess. The number tortures me. 702 days since I happened in this time. Remember, Quillan. Gain their trust, secure the gem, get back to the woods. The universal coordinates are still on your wrist. I beg all and any great creators of existence to deliver me back to my time in Quent when I open the portal. I can act soon, I think. My status has greatly risen since my capture. They even named me Bregnog. I am Bregnog. I was first a slave. They bound my legs and forced me to split wood. Every day my hands bled. One morning it was too painful to grip the obsidian axe and I panicked. I beckoned over the children and drew their faces on the splitting log using charcoal, incorporating shadow, depth, light. Soon after I was asked to make a cave painting of an elk hunt, and the tribe was stunned by the detail. Some reached out to touch the art, and so they released my feet and I became a water fetcher. I realized then, if I am useful, I gain more freedom. With access to water and ground clay, I showed them pottery, from simple sun-dried bowls to earthen kilns that hardened large vessels and clay brick. Bricks led to a sturdy longhouse, and the large vessels were used for storing seeds. With access to seeds, I showed them agricultural planning, manuring, seed beds, simple irrigation. The next harvest was enormous. I took that opportunity to teach them about the constellations, illustrating star patterns as they appeared and how they moved across the year. The Big Bear pattern meant it was time to plant. As I offered to better their lives, I also offered to better their deaths. When an elder died, I introduced the idea of burial tombs as places of cultural remembrance and rest. The tomb, as I drew it, was meant to be a portal into the next life. The leader personally embraced that concept. He had the tribe build a mound tomb by their local mountain, the one I recognized as Mount Vivian. My greatest achievement was instilling a sense of crude empathy, a basic emotional recognition between all members of society. I began with the children, giving them necklaces and showing them through pantomime to clutch it when they wanted to roar in anger, cry in sadness, yell from pain, etc. When they felt hurt, they were to clutch the necklace to show everyone their inner pain. Conflict resolution is still far from perfect, but the children fought so much less that the tribe took up the practice at large. I thank Quent for that, showing me that the greatest fuel for growth is a unified, understanding people. Today, the elders see me as some kind of spirit that fell from the sky. I enjoy full freedom, and my Quent-made clothes were returned to me, which I promptly buried in an animal skin at the portal location. I spent my time waiting. Each night, I choose to eat with the leader and his hunters. As he slurps his stew of wild beans and boar meat, I glance at his neck. Yes, it's still there. The gem. I have to be patient. The right moment will emerge. Soon. Soon, I hope. Community event? What is this? Colonial. Common dove dies. Right. The animals. Uranium. September 14th, 2020. 2200. Uranium explodes in Earth's core. I mean, that was fairly obvious from the very first story. January 29th, 1777. A barn cat catches common dove in a hayloft. Still need 800 time to get this going. What's your life and living score? 800 or 84. So let's see. 1, 2. Okay. Starting from 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 4 ticks to get 0.1, so that'll be 6. I'll just skip ahead a little bit. Oh, never mind. Back in people, we've got more mysterious prisoner stuff showing up. It's working. The trap is set. The stones are placed. The leader follows me by himself into the woods. I noticed a few days ago the leader clutching his gem necklace during supper, like anyone does when they want to show hurting, and he whispered a familiar sound. Yira, Yira. The hunters and his family all grunted in acknowledgement. When I repeated the name of my lab colleague, Yira, he shot his gaze at me. All fell silent. I played dumb to diffuse the tension, shrugged, and continued to eat. Guttural chatter resumed. But I realized my opportunity was this strange word. The leader was taken by it. Immediately I began planning, hoping that this word would be the lure I needed. Now is my one, true attempt to leave this past. As he typically does after waking at dawn, the leader relieved himself on the edge of the village. Where I was waiting, I wore a look of concern and I beckoned frantically from the forest, saying, Yira, Yira. He looked around and began to follow me. New Osmium community event unlocked. I kept saying it and beckoning until we reached a stone ring on the ground, below the location of the portal. I had arranged the stones yesterday morning. Confusion, worry began to spread on his face, so I pointed down and emphatically said it more and more. Yira, Yira! And I started scooping cold dirt with my hands, beckoning him to join me. He helped reluctantly, but then exclaimed, Yira! When we began to uncover the animal skin that held my folded, Quent-made clothes. He dug so desperately, so feverishly, that he never saw me swing a large stone into his temple. His head bleeds. My throat swells with unexpected shame and guilt. But I go on to take the necklace. I change my dress. Gem in hand, I swipe and slash, and the portal opens. I hope he's nothing more than a little concussed. His pulse was steady. Oh, Hrock, forgive me for what I had to do. Pines. Pines! This is good. The aspen forest is gone. Nearly 2 years in the Stone Age has dulled my memory. I have to find the town of Asburn? Should be towards the direction of Quent. I worry this, too, is not the right time. My hopes are that, somehow, I was supposed to appear in the past before eliminating the Foci Crux, the adult Everly Praetus. Maybe I had to show these primeval people something before I was meant to find Everly as a grown woman with an eye patch. But I don't have the luxury to ponder the implications. I must assume Everly was not killed and Zebna was trying to sabotage our future. There, buildings. Homes, businesses, farms, pitched roofs, simple windows. Architecturally, this looks vaguely correct. But what about all the automobiles? Remember, Milan, do not interfere with anything beyond the mission. Do not jeopardize humanity with a dunder-headed misstep. Watch these townspeople and find her, the face on my gem. Strange. Fields of tents, dozens of horses, wagons, marching men in uniform with primitive rifles. Does adult Everly live during a time of war? A time of regression? Bah, I can hardly recall. Bewailing your own failure will do no good. New science. Temporal physics has been unlocked. Bewailing your own failure will do no good. Accept that you failed, Milan. Your mission is doomed. Rest shorter. Fever rises. Lymph nodes swell and throat burns. But nothing hurts more than the pain of my spirit, the pain of my purpose unfulfilled. Despite the crude cauterization, my leg wound's infection grows worse, and I can't even communicate my needs or remedies. Not that I'd be helped. What irony that I found more kindness and acceptance among Hrock's Stone Age people than these supposedly more advanced men, save for the humanity of one of their leaders called Kawale, almost like my name. Those who share my hue of skin treat me with acute animosity and show an eagerness to harm me further. You failed, Milan. What now? Will you crumple and invite death to end your misery? End the dream that is Quent? Or will you think? Think, Quillan. Do what you can. Do whatever you can. Well, I can bury the green portal opening gem in this dirt cell, or I can let it live through time in the hands of others. I can give it to the leader, the empathetic one, and then say, what exactly? What words do I know of this ancient tongue? You and me and need or go or hello or must. Perhaps the last one. If I recall correctly, it can convey purpose. You must. Kuail will visit again tomorrow morning. Fine then. When he checks on me again, you must. 300 to go for that. Animals. We got community. May 4th, 8137 BC. The Earth naturally buries osmium, never to be found. Asteroid bringer. So that's all the animals and all the plants done. 3 more people to find. Still got mission bound ghost. Wait. I hate it when it just becomes available and doesn't tell me it. Okay, 7,500 experience. I've got plenty of experience, so that doesn't matter in the slightest. 100 to go for this. Zebna and Praetus have yet to be gotten. See if I can just quickly shove some researchers in here. And then get here before... There it goes, time travel. Nice. Okay, back to science. Gavin is only a 42. Let's see, who's idle? Quinn is a 67. Alright. Nive is a 52. Probably the best I'm going to get out of that. But... Oh, Fungaki is also a 52. Alright, looks like that's about as good as I'm going to get. Except for you are probably better than... Yeah, I'm just going to shove these two in there. Get Yira and you up in there. And Quinn is a 67, which is adequate. Okay. So scavenging zones, head back to here. Dove can start scavenging. And let's see, Everly can begin scavenging for food, as one does. And then the work section, it would only be generating knowledge, so worthless. Okay, this is generating snails. It's generating ceramics. Toss you in there and start generating meat. The goal's a 90, so best scavenger I've got. Nature locations. Still requires more hides. Still requires more stone. Well, the stone is coming as much as I can get it, I guess. Decades in this liminal prison, this existence in the thin sliver, the border between life and death, between physical reality and bottomless dream. And somehow, across all this time, my concern about the fate of the gem pendant necklace has only grown. What more can I do than follow its path and observe the world around it? I am less than mist, less than light. I cannot influence, so I watch. I watch the gem necklace exchange hands. From Elijah Quayle, drunken soldier turned turkey farmer and bar bouncer, to cabaret owner Madame Vivian. Then it was given to a person I never expected to see, the great Queen Sadie of Quent. But as a precocious child, I watched her chase a white raccoon and fall through the portal towards greatness, or perhaps for her, great sadness. The necklace was flung from her outstretched hands into the dirt, covered then by wind-swept pine needles and leaves. Right below the area of the dimensional rift, Sadie's distraught father installed a symbolic grave for his daughter, the only place in the woods where search party bloodhounds caught a lingering scent. On occasion, across the years, her father would show up stumbling, whiskey bottle sloshing in hand, and bemoan her loss and curse his god. Beyond him, no other person has come close to this spot. Plenty of deer and coyote and forest critters have visited, but the pendant necklace remains beneath rotting needles and leaves, buried in nature's detritus. Some nights, I wonder if I should ascend and disappear into the stars. Get the big view, the grand perspective, see the world from the moon, from our galaxy, from our universe. But I never leave, tethered by what if to this plot of land. What if, while I'm gone, someone shows up? What if an animal takes the gem? What if a sudden downpour washes the gem away? What if? So I watch. I stay and I watch the smallest spectacles of nature, the great lives of the minuscule. Ah, there's my friend. Clarok the centipede. Oh, little Clarok, look at you. I have watched you grow from your microscopic egg nestled on the damp muck covering the gem. You little squirm, you. Eating, growing, and molting. I see you've captured another worm with your paralyzing venom. Savor it now, Clarok. Slowly, yes, with your claw-like mandibles. How clean they tear flesh. At this rate, Clarok, it soon will be time to molt again and grow a new pair of legs. And then he sits there forever, because it has to go from the Jazz Age to the Space Age, all the way to Y2K. Or, well, to Space Age at least. So that they can find the gem right here. Where are you? I lost track. There you are. Great. Okay, animals are done, plants are done, stories mostly caught up, community caught up, scavenging zones. They should all be done. Unless there's ones at the end that haven't finished yet. Yeah. Zulo's Tomb. And the Craftorium District and Sviana's Tomb Garden haven't gotten 100% yet. Oh, neither has the Judgment Pit stands. Well, Blade Maw is on it. There we go. We've got every scavenging zone with a person on it. Work is adequate. Nature locations. The only thing that matters is this. Check the production flow just in case. Hides. Alright, yeah, comes from here. 0 from past hides, 10% to there, and then 75% to there. And this has never produced a hide, or has only produced hides like from artifacts, so kinda not happening. I should probably just stop trying to max out that nature thing for a while. If I just stop this, then this will generate enough hides that I can work on these ones. And then when they build up here, I can work on this and not have to care about the paradox at all. Also need stone. How am I going to get that much stone? I'll worry about it after this. Currently worker shipping. You are currently idle. So you are going to be generating green opals. And more importantly, getting this up to 100%. Alright, check this. How does stone come down? 75%, 75%, 75%. Great. Okay. Previous era is a 75%. Previous era is 75%. Previous era, 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 75%. Wonderful. So there's only one production line for stone, and it gets carried across the ages with absolutely horrible efficiency. Oh, no, wait, hold up. I can generate stone here. And I probably should. Elijah. There we go. Prisoner. And Captain Ratcliffe. Finished examining artifact, symbolic necklace. Feral child and dove. Gonna get so much of that. Crude green gem. Requires a full hour. Oh, I can put you on there instead. Nice. Symbolic necklace. Communicates feeling too complex to utter. Communicates feeling too complex to utter. Huh. It does get some hides, but the hides get a 0% before I get to anywhere it could be useful, so useless. Let's see, artifacts. 45 of 46, so it looks like this will be another achievement when it gets them, probably. Pause. Okay, I've been staring at this artifact number go up for a while, and missed that at some point people got a red dot. So, just gonna quickly check the notification log. Character unlock. Mission bound ghost unlocked. Okay, yeah. Just as I thought. 13 per interval. It's gonna take like 3 more. Oh, 1 more. Nice. A history of mystery. All artifacts examined. Dig it. In the past we are found, say it's Quentin P. Brown. Mission bound ghost. And live life. Wow. You continue doing nothing until you get to here. Child is idle. Imagine. Have enough opals to get all 3 of them maxed out, I think. However, I do not want to get the plot wrapped up before I max everything else, so Everly Pratis gets to stay where she is for a bit, I think. Well, after I get this first one, at least. Alright, pause. New Morin Pratis unlocked. So here we have... Yeep! My stars, Mo! You gave me a startle. I thought it was only me and Pitra Patra here this late at night. I'm sorry, I wanted to speak to you privately, my, queen. Ha! No need with titles. A Pratis is as good as family. Besides, haven't you heard? Apparently I'm a mad queen, obsessed with time. I've pretty much handed over governing to the counselors of Gwent. How long has it been? My, you've grown. I believe you know what you're doing here. Yes, well, it's public knowledge that we're researching here, where this temple is built. I saw you here in the woods 2 years ago with your gem. I saw you open our world. People across Gwent were whispering how you'd become unhinged. Even my father Vindor was worried. I had to know the truth, so for weeks I spied on you before school. Many times I saw you in your hood and cloak, rushing to the woods, dismissing anyone who attempted to follow. One day I snuck after you. I had to know your secret. You're a giant to me, Yura. You're constantly judged for your incredible theories, always thinking beyond the horizons of our discoveries. How exciting to imagine so freely. Your work astounds me. I believe in it deeply, and I want to help. It's why I gave you Pitra Patra, who, sheesh, is upgraded with royalty-grade processors. Please, I won't tell anyone. I'll do anything. Anything. Pitra Patra, summon Project Chronogate, file password 8F19L33-HROC Project Chronogate seeks to stabilize the dimensional tear caused by unknown gem and calculate dark energy manipulations that quantitatively map the output, i.e. temporal consequences, of any input matter. Project status: developing a spectroscopic instrument that measures dark energy activity. Project members: Yira, Pitra Patra. Estimated completion date: 42 years, 291 days. Guffing incredible. You want to map the flow time and the effects of anything that passes through that portal? If you think it's possible, then please, how can I help? If this is really what you want, Mo, then I think I know what I'll have you do. Here, catch. Some celebratory jerky. Uncle Eb's recipe. Tomorrow we'll talk about recruiting researchers from Exomnus Academy and fast-tracking our timeline. Oh, and thank you, Mo. Truly. It's been a long time since someone believed in my work. My imagination. And then up here we got Everly. Go idle. This is a dream. A medication dream. You. This building. That time contraption. An android bot. Just staring. This is crazy. I'm crazy. Shall I power down my eyes? Moharan says the following. I'm sorry, I do not speak ancient English, and I have to use the robot's linguistic database to translate my tongue to yours, and vice versa. We didn't expect you here, so I understand the shock as well. An old woman like me meeting her great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. No, stop. Tell me again. Tell it to me all again, as simply as possible. Moharan says the following. By the calendar of your time, it is year 2416. Today you would call Thurs, and it is the 25th day in a month you would call February. My name is Moharan Pratis, and I am your future bloodline. My job is to oversee this place, this lab we use to study time. That wonderful, unblinking machine is Pitra Patra, a walking, talking supercomputer. You arrived through our time portal, though we weren't expecting you. That gem you're clutching is the key to opening the portal. We're uncertain why you're here, but you are, which means you were always meant to be here. Always meant to? Wait, so do you know what happened to Danny? Did Romina get arrested? Are Gavin and Heather safe? Moharan says the following. I'm sorry, Everly. I don't know. I don't know what exactly you mean or what happened to your family, but in case this brings you some comfort, the Praetus line has survived across centuries. But I can just go back. I have the key or whatever. The gem, I can leave right now. Maharan says the following. We etched your face on that gem, actually. Somehow it wove its way through the years to end up with you. Fascinating. Oh, and yes, you can go back whenever you want. But if there's anything I learned from studying the flow of time, it's that there are no coincidences. For whatever reason, you were meant to come here. Should you choose to stay, I will teach you about the nature of time, show you the beauty of Quent, and help you know the reason you're with us now, in your future. I'm going to lie down. I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to wake up. Please show me to a bed. Oh, right, robotic eye. Not just revealing underneath the eye patch that she was a robot the whole time. Zebno. Master F took me out to dinner and said I did very well for the cause. He said I'm the key to his plans. I am more honored by his faith in me than by any of those educational accolades from Exomnis Academy. Top of the class in temporal physics. That's only one step of many. He was the first person to make me feel special. Everyone just looks at my cleft hand, the ectrodactylity, and gushes with empathy. I prefer outright pity to such sickly sweetness. No matter where I go, it feels like, please help me, is stamped on my forehead. Guff that shit. That cloying crap still drives me day to day. I love proving that a malformed ham can outreach anyone else's. I don't have to demand respect. I'll guffing take it. Master F says it's time for the next step, to infiltrate the temporal cathedral. When I told him that a lab recruiter called Moharan Praetus already approached me about an internal role, he smiled. He actually beamed at me. New religion. Okay, gotta go to religion after this. But then I told Master F the unfortunate news. I had failed to bring Qualan to the cause. Spirited, idealistic Qualan, a cutie, second among the Exomnis Academy graduates in my class with nearly identical marks to my own. Each time I gently brought up a tenet of the cause, he'd show no enthusiasm to discuss the idea. But these are truths. All things must fade, as with all natural life. Humanity's hubris is the catalyst to collapse. Manipulating past and future is spiritual poison. Contentedness is in the present. I tried. Onward to the next step. Time to polish up on quantum physics before my interview with Ira. Forget the fourth. Religion. Alright, which one finished? Looks like it was mainstream Protestantism. Evangelical Christianity. Scavenging zones produce +3 resources per action. All plants gain +2 to every skill that they possess. That would be non-denominational Christianity and evangelical Christianity. Born again in God's love, share your personal experiences of Jesus. Let the angels speak through your tongue and bear witness to the good news. Individual pastors founded church throughout their charismatic biblical worldview. From those who handle serpents in hill churches to those who preach before thousands to in high production arenas. Alright, let's put you here because you're currently idle. Put you here because you're currently idle. And you look like an evangelical. Let's see. You're a 62, so probably the best I could get there. No, I can improve you by putting Wenda in there. Let's see, you are Old Dory, so 35. Yeah, I can improve you by replacing you with that. You are Cece, who is 62. You're currently scavenging. Replace you. There we go. So, an hour and 36 minutes to get that and unlock 2 paths. Over here, we can put Enoch. That'll be 7 hours. Over here, this is only going to take 2 more hours. See if I can throw anything else up here. Brings it down to 49 minutes. Old Dory can go here. And let's see. Jehovah can go right there. Conservative Judaism. All characters gain +5 to life skills. And living actions are an additional 10% faster. So that'll be 50 minutes, and this will be an hour and 30 minutes. How's the government doing? Gonna take 50 minutes, and this one's gonna take 5 hours and 53 minutes. Nah, 54. Well, it's almost done at least. Alright, let's see. What story am I missing? Okay, Second Renaissance, Sealed Sea. Which means nature locations. Springs of Mount Vivian. Quenta engineers were stunned at the amount of crude brick emerging from the spring's excavation near the base of their Mount Vivian. Who cared to make so many? How? When? And most mysteriously, why spread it across the earth? Exominous archaeologists arrived to examine the odd findings, pored over shelves of ancient texts to find a past purpose, but were unable to offer more than shrug. All agreed, however, that had it not been for these strange bricks, the dust and heat of the dry era would have sapped the earth of this immense reservoir of groundwater, formed centuries ago from the great shallow sea. To learned people, the most frustrating conclusion of all is one that nods to luck. Guess I should probably have someone here as well. Researching, scavenging, researching. Put the dove in there. Now you are exploring the cabin. Yeah. Pillars of history, influential thinkers, and enduring builders. Murder of Everly, mysterious green gem, savior of the pines, and still unknown what this is going into. Who, what, how, why. Yura, Quellan, Pinecone, Osmium, Stick, Evil Monster, Dove, Sadie Sloan, Uranium, and Romina. Cult member and Spearfinger. Regnock and Ghost. Queen. So, since these two are connected, I'm guessing that cult member is going to go back in time to become Spearfinger. Gem Pendant Necklace, Sadie Sloan, What God Will Bancroft, Davina Pratis, Quentinism, Somnus, Quentin P. Brown, Zebna. Zebna's terror spurns a powerful, enduring ritual. A great fear has taken the people. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cruel Catalysts of Destiny. Maps, Road Eternal. Murder Weapon is still missing something. What is Micro Mode? Okay, well. Certainly not reading it when it's that zoomed out. Alright. Pause and wait for these to get to their conclusions. You've been so quiet these past few dinners. Oh, I'm sorry, Mo. My mind feels overloaded. Exominous study is admittedly rather exhausting. It's what I learned, Mo. The reality of my future. You know, I've always held great anxiety about the future. Well, the immediate future. Can we afford a vacation this year? Will my mood sour with new meds? Will the kids be teased at school today? In my time, we would call this making mountains out of molehills. And now I'm bearing a new kind of anxiety, a bird's eye view kind of anxiety. I'm learning about the terrible history, the future history, all that will happen to my children and hereafter. If I may, what exactly did you learn? Too much. It all feels like too much. The Great Collapse. In my year of 2051, artificial intelligence essentially destroyed the power grid of the world. I stumbled upon a scholar's exominous translation of my son Gavin's journal. I could hardly bring myself to read it. Danny's death, my son's pain, his struggle, his hope in Danny's little lessons about the past. I cried. I wailed. My heart ached at the brutality of his survival. Raising a child in the woods? I was relieved to find no mention of myself, that I didn't add to his anguish. Then there were Gavin's and this Fungaki's observations of the great rains and the times of the shallow sea. Danive was brilliant. My granddaughter, a healer of bodies and spirits, ripped away from her child and husband by a killer. That was it for me. That's where I stopped. Mo, when does it get better? Not for a long time, my dear. Though it does. It certainly gets better. Does this knowledge make you crave home? Yes, but now I'm afflicted with knowing. For my own peace of mind, I need to know how Quent happens. That's the Praetus obsession, my dear. The obsession with knowing. Is it a curse? A gift? Regardless, it's deep and true in the Praetus blood. One day, when you feel you have learned enough, I hope to be ready with my own work. Everly, I hope to explain to you why Quent happened, and your place in all of it. Forget the fourth. My name is Zebna Eli Creighton. If you are reading this, then you won't be for much longer. I used the green gem to open and go through the time portal. I carry with me a mission to eliminate the temporal cathedral and cease all meddling in temporal dimensions. Trying to stop me would be futile. I've prepared for this mission for nearly 10 years. Before you knew me as a fellow researcher in the temporal cathedral, before I was the top student at Exominus Academy, I was and always will be an acolyte to Master F. He showed me what it means to live above pity, and he opened my mind to the dark history, the inevitable pattern in our past, where human hubris causes civilizational collapse. The human species is not meant to meddle in the flow of time. Humanity, as finite beings, must cultivate the pure enjoyment of the present. Maharan Praetus and Walan Wetuta. I bear no ill will towards either of you. I consider you both to be as immensely brilliant as you are misguided. Who can fault you for your untempered curiosity in a society that breeds this attitude? If you are reading this, you have awoken from a catatonic slumber that I induced using gamma hydrobutyrate powder, a compound provided by Master F. I've watched your habits and your routines. It was simple to spike your evening teas, the same ones you take after recording the day's research. If you consider chasing me, know this. Ever since Pitrapatra began to process a temporal map, I devoted all my spare moments to studying 36 key languages, customs, and societies from the past. I am an expert on major societies that existed between the years 2000 to 2200, though I do aim to protect the crux foci Everly Praetus. That is not my primary objective. I will do everything in my power to enlighten the people of the past to the dangers of time manipulation. If the Quentinites taught us anything, it's that one idea can shape history. Forget the fourth. But you overshoot. Mission bound ghost unlocked. Alright, gotta head all the way back here. Get you living life. Eventually you'll get there. Oh, held up. You actually have something. It's gonna take a while. Okay, the dove's running. You guys are running. Still running low on hides, as always. Well, once they hit 100%, I can take them off and then start time paradoxing this thing into oblivion. Currently at 4.1k. How's the science going? You're rediscovering chemistry. Toss Quentin in there. Toss Denive in there. Nature location activities are an additional 50% faster. Exominous scribes and scholars pore over centuries-old texts of natural laws and oddly named elements, rapidly rediscovering the reactions and bonds that underpin modern fuels, medicines, and technology. Temporal physics. The pinnacle of human thought. New Praetus story unlocked. Get back over here. My dearest Everly, I am deeply sorry for what you will read below and what I tried to have done to you. All facts have been verified countless times because I wanted to present this knowledge to you with absolute certainty. Please read this report and try to understand. Without exaggeration, your decision from this knowledge will shape the future of humanity. Please do not think of me as a coward for delivering this news to you in writing. I wanted to curate every single word to avoid misunderstanding. Take all the time you need. I am ready to talk. Yours in whatever you choose, Mo. P.S. Years ago, I watched you marvel at the great feats and accomplishments of your bloodline. You believed yourself minuscule in comparison, a mite of dust among giants. Impossible. None of them had your choice to face. None of them had to bear your inconceivable predicament. Know that you are the giant of giants. To me, you are the greatest Praetus. 3218-report. Full battery. The unified chaos theory of temporal destiny in the Praetus bloodline. Prepared with utmost accuracy by Moharan Praetus. In the beginning, during the time you call the present, there were you and Danny Praetus in the modest town of Asbury Pines. Together you had 2 children, Heather and Gavin. Unknowingly, you and Danny began a bloodline that leads to the founding of Quent, the most advanced and peaceful society our Earth has ever held. The people of this society go on to unlock the secrets of time and temporal travel. The map of our temporal data reveals that the stability of our timeline hinges on the death of you, Everly Praetus. Let us begin there. Everly, you die in the year 2034, on the 5th day of a month called May. We do not know the manner, though we know by whom. Danny, distraught from your death, focuses keenly on imbuing his personal values within his children so they remember you as their loving mother, embrace record-keeping, and cherish learning and history as a resource for personal and societal progress, an idea we will call Quentinism. Danny, Gavin, and Heather experience an era of societal collapse. Humanity perishes en masse. Pockets of desperate survivors remain. Danny and his adult children flee into the pine forest to avoid the brutality of the starving and the wretched. Heather dies in the year 2086. Danny dies in the year 2069. Gavin has his daughter, Denive. A great rain floods the world. In the era of the shallow seas, Gavin leads the flooding pine forest for Aslandia, a village built atop the ruins of Asbury Pines. He fosters the values of Quentinism in Denive. Gavin dies in 2093. Denive marries a local called Fungaki, and they have their son, Quinn. The values of Quentinism in their hearts, the parents share a love of using knowledge from the past to inform modern invention and survival. Perspective is passed down to Quinn. The Neve is forcibly taken away by a seafaring warlord in the year 2112. The shallow sea recedes. In the era of swamps and mud, Bungaki and Quinn navigate life under feudal invaders who have thrived by breeding snails for work in war. Aslandia becomes the Mirelands. Quinn ascends to the status of snail lord and local hero to the city's poor. He marries and, later in life, has his son Navid. Bungaki maps surrounding regions to the best of his knowledge. He dies in the year 2167. Feared for his populist clout, Quinn is taken away in the year 2173 during a civil war that crumbles this great snail society. Navid pores over the texts of his father and grandfather and grows a curiosity for linguistics, oral tradition, and the values of Quentinism. A spontaneous volcanic event on Earth causes atmospheric ash to suffocate the environment, ushering in an age of withering and dust. Navid grows a following for Quentinism that helps the local tribe called Ovark survive, despite ever-looming brutality and violence. Navid marries one of his followers, and they have their daughter, Savyina, who is raised in Quentinism. After witnessing her father's blinding, Savyina departs and vows to explore the world and find its lost knowledge. Navid dies in the year 2271. Savyina returns in 2277 with her two small children, Abned and Ranavi, and an orphan from the past called Sadie Sloan. Savyina brings a bountiful caravan of resources and knowledge. She establishes the city of Quent. In the early modern era, we fondly call the Second Renaissance. The values of Quentinism fuel the new city's progress and society's values for learning, communal growth, and historical study as the means for rapid advancement. Ebned takes in an orphan, Yira, who traveled to our time with the temporal gem. Ranavi has a son, Viendor, who builds Pitrapatra, a robot bard who evolves into the most advanced computing system of our society. Viendor marries and has a daughter, Moharan. Before her death in the year 2301, Savyina names Sadie Sloan as the next queen of Quent. Sadie is beloved and leads great advancements. Sadie and Ira realize they are both from the past. Due to Quent's thriving society and trade network, Sadie, Ira, Pitrapatra, and Mohoran collectively advance the study of time across the 24th century. Their work yields the chronogate, a device that measures dark energy shifts for temporal mapping, and eventually the chaos thesis, which posits that if we can engage in time travel, then we were meant to use it all along within our timeline. In a word, predestination. These advancements are then paired with the first map of our timeline, which showed a critical discovery. Our timeline condenses and funnels into a singular point that goes through Everly Praetus, more specifically, the death of Everly Praetus, which must happen to ensure the future we have. With this epiphany, we used the temporal gem. One of our colleagues, called Qualan, volunteered to use the gem to visit the past in order to kill you, Everly Praetus. He never returned. We are unsure whether he failed or perhaps sparked a series of events that brought you to the future. The fact that you are here means that you are meant to be here all along. Everly, you die in our past, but you appear in your future. You read this report unaware of your past death. I tremble at writing the following conclusion. You must go back to your time and bring about your own death to ensure that your family survives and guides humanity to a future of unprecedented prosperity. You are the one. You are the one meant for this horrible task. It begins with your end. Danny creates the seeds of Quentinism from your death, and your children carry it into the future. In doing so, all that was, all the greatness you learned about your family's future, will come to be. I have reviewed Pitrapatra's calculations many times. You must end yourself on our timeline on this day, May 5th, 2034. If you do not die at this date, then this timeline, and all our progress in it, will cease to be. Moharan Praetus passes peacefully during an afternoon nap, March 5th, 2487. Spearfinger, live life, finally. And mission bound Ghost is still trucking along. +3. Oop, missed that one. Eventually, I'll get through all this. Yeah, thought so. Time travelers. The circle of time. So I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The Praetus bloodline. I lost count because I got distracted reading something else. Dang it. So, Pillars of History, Murderer of Everly, and a couple of Zemnia, murder weapon stuff. Alright. Check here. We got main quest is almost done. Completion is fairly close. Resources are 100%. Perks are nowhere near because all of that is religion. Government's almost done. Science is almost done. Artifacts are done. Nature locations, I'm working on it. Scavenging zones, I've got people on those. Stories and community events, I'm working on it. And one more person to find. Fulfilled Spirit. Now listen, little warbler. Sing that tune again. It goes ooh-ah-ee, ooh-ah-ee, like the, oh? That plodding crunch. A bear? No, not an animal. Two young men in discussion, heading this way. Approaching the grave. The one with mussed hair and wide pants and loose clothing crouches. Does he? Yes. He sees the flicker of the wet gem necklace, glistening from the spring shower. Picks it up. More than 200 years of waiting. The anticipation, the focus of my devotion, the catharsis of hope, all combining into radiating energy particles vibrating and heating with euphoria. Is this my own doing? An ability? An ancient purpose? I am a vessel infused by this high-frequency vitality, like a lightning rod struck and singing. What's this? I can feel the warmth of sunlight. I can sense the air moving in my aura. The two men stare at me, wide-eyed and agog. Perceived, empowered. I wonder. I point at the one with the gem. I try. You must. You must. It is all I can manage to utter before the energy rapidly recedes. The warmth wanes, sound dampens, then mute. The men, the pines, the ground, the sky all fade to light, to white. My purpose, my spirit. I see it. Resplendent. Ascendant soul. Alright, check the notification log because something happened. New Spear Finger story unlocked. Okay, so that's back in the Neolithic. I can't keep living like this. Held in an obsidian cave among dry leaves and dead grasses. No food or water reserves. This smoked fish will last me another meal. Maybe. The locals. Who are they? As closely as I watch and listen, their speech sounds nothing like the dozens of languages most common during the time of the Foci Crux. Do I keep trying to rely on the universal communication of Morse code? Ancient people used and recognized it across centuries. The possibility that I'm in the wrong era scares me to death, but the mission stands. I have to plant the seed of the idea meddling in the flow of time is the cause of humanity's destruction. Forget the fourth. My encounter today was awful. I spotted teenage boys fishing in the pool of a stream, and I hoped they'd be less flighty than the children I contacted a few days before. I emerged from bushes on the other side of the stream, and tried to wave a greeting and vocalize the Morse SOS pattern. Ah. But they pointed at my hand, shouted with fright, and fled without their belongings. They were so startled that they left their caught trout on the banks. My latest meal. It grows colder. My freeze-dried rations ran out 3 days ago. The few handfuls of blackberries I've found have held me over, but even with this trout, the hunger never ceases and I'm at risk of dehydration. Were it not for my fire, I'd have long been torn up by the wolves, bears, or mountain lions. There's no other option. I must try to contact and join these people. Whew. Alright. Pause. Alright. Spearfinger. Oh, Zebna. Oh, Zebna. That was... Leave now. Grab what you can and go. If I'm lucky, I'll run into a new group, a new tribe, somewhere. I never meant to harm her. I only went down to the trout stream this morning for water, and then I saw her rustling and humming in the upper branches of a mulberry tree collecting its fruit. I thought I could talk to her, a grown girl, perhaps 14, and share some sort of feminine empathy, woman to woman. Is it the way I called to her, the way I appeared? She saw me, lost her footing, and fell, head first, neck cracked. She went limp, face frozen, fear frozen on her face. At best, I can never approach these people again. At worst, I'll be hunted. Where to go? Where to sleep? When am I? June 17th, 899. Spearfinger is killed by a mountain lion. Oop, religion. Something happened. Transcendentalism has completed, so living actions are an additional 10% faster. 13 minutes until conservative Judaism is done. Pond Monitor Society. All plants gain +4 to every skill that they possess. The swirl of the algae, the constellation of the lily pads in shifting waters. This is the language that speaks of tomorrow. Yeah, this progresses quite a way. So, put CC on there, put Spirit on there, because apparently you are 100. And put Will on there because you are a 72. That'll take 2 hours, 45 minutes. Okay, got 14 minutes on Star Worship left. Let's see. Friar Enoch is currently idle. Toss him on Neo-Pagan Wicca. Got a new community narrative. I assume this is Fulfilled Spirit. Purpose fulfilled. Polan's spirit finds rest in the great beyond. April 27th, 1970. So absolutely nothing left except for every single religion and Everly. Check the scavenging locations. Why are these empty? Everyone's researching and exploring. Okay. Toss you in there instead of research. And toss you on there instead of research. We have 3 scavengings left to do. This one, 4. This one, this one, this one, and this one. I think, anyway. Am I missing one? Oh, no, these two. Obsidian Cave. Put you on there because for some reason you came off of it. Alright, there's 6. Okay, Home of the Medicine Woman. Spearfinger goes on. I don't need snails. Why are you doing that? Stop that. I don't think I need ceramics either. Pretty sure I don't need those. And I don't think I need fuel anymore. Nor do I need XP. Probably need meat at some point. Alright, so this requires ceramic, it requires snails, and it requires stone. And it provides hides. The hides are required to do both of these. The dove is 1/4 of the way to finishing this one. Let's see. No one is idle. Currently worshipping. Probably more worthwhile to be worshipping than anything else because I need so many of those. Alright. These are my best government guys, I guess. Trade tribalism is the only thing left. Humanistic neutralism finished. Let's see. Science needs 2 things. Temporal physics. Let's see. Old Gavin. Put you on there, I guess. Quinn. 4 hours, 18 minutes, and then science will be done. Okay, 4 hours for that. 10 minutes for this. 45 hours for that. 8 minutes for that. Back to the perks. Quest tree. Alright, just gotta wait. New thing for Everly. May 30, 246. Overwhelmed still, aren't we? Thought it would be easier after 3 months, but damn do I miss Danny and the kids with every pump of my heart, every day. Moharan, aka Mo, picked up American Ancient English pretty quickly from this exogenous learning method. She still isn't sure when exactly I'd appear in the past if I were to go back, but she says the timing has to be right. Like, she doesn't want me appearing a week before I step through the portal and then have my family deal with 2 Everlys. I wouldn't want to deal with 2 Everlys. Imagine the look of horror from my psychiatrist. Mo assures me she can get me right back where I need to be, but that means she has to conduct more time mapping calculations, whatever that entails. So here we are, waiting, enjoying the world. Mo is super protective of me, overprotective. Keeps saying I'm important. I'm not sure why. Maybe she's afraid I'll lose the gem key, or it's some futuristic wholesome thing to boost my self-confidence. She's super sweet, like a genius granny who coddles kids. Quent is more or less paradise. A petty crime here and there, but amazingly communal and kind. And clean. I saw a tree stump named after my future great-great-great-grandson, Navid, weird landmark, and the tomb of his daughter, Zavnia. I suppose the Praetus family goes on to do big things. Meanwhile, back home, I'm texting my mom about depression and trying not to cry. People dress in flowing clothes, understated and elegant, kind of like models, and they're happy to help each other, which is bizarro for my time. Technology here serves life and not work. Is that why the vibe is generally so happy? The other day, I was floundering at a food stall, struggling to find the right kind of money to pay for this fried cheese-filled hash brown that smelled absolutely godly. The teenage vendor just shrugged and gave it to me, for free. It's exciting to see that humanity gets here. Maybe I'll warp my family here. This has all made me very curious about history, specifically how we got here. Apparently, Navid was the one who came up with this super learning language called exogenous. I might as well learn it and take some knowledge back with me. Maybe I'll sell the ideas to Google and become rich, and that's how all the greatness begins. Mo says Petra Patra will begin teaching me the basics of modern speak and then exomnus. First lesson is tomorrow. Bleh. New religion. Okay. So, Reform Judaism. All characters gain plus 10 to religion skills. Okay, that is a priority. You are 89. You are 81. And... oh. Jehovah can go here, and Old Dory can go here. Isaiah can go there because you're currently idle for some reason. Oh, here it is. That's where you're supposed to go. So we got 3 hours until everyone gets plus 10 to religion. And 1.5 hours until this finishes and unlocks these 2 paths. This is 3.5 hours until it unlocks the 3-step process. One government takes 4 hours. 2 sciences takes 4 hours. Click on perks just to get that out of the way. And pause. New future Everly Praetus. May 5, 2034. Face the music, Eve. No more delaying. You spent a year and a half thinking of all the ways to prepare for meeting your past self. You recounted your childhood secrets, your unuttered shames, your most intimate moments with Danny, like that sweet, goobery prom poem he gave you, your mother's maiden name, your father's middle name, and all the traumas and memories that shaped who you are. Then you had your physical phase, identifying every mole and scar of significance to compare with your past self. You listed your particular pains, especially your knees and upper back. Ugh. And the medications you were taking. And then you went so far as getting surgery for a bionic eye that restores 90% of your lost vision. Let's hope this helps prove your futureness to past Everly. Doesn't Everly? Then you planned and mentally went through the motions. Mo made you a set of clothes styled to your time. Running shoes, jeans, hoodie, jacket, sunglasses, a wig for disguise, a book to hide your face. And you have your old eye patch and gem necklace for the big meeting. Thinking ahead, as she always does, Mo set aside my wallet from when I popped through the portal. I have $43 to work with. The bills, the paper feels familiar. After arrival, step 1 is to identify the date and time by walking down to Grand Rosa to see the town hall clock. Act casual and talk to no one. Step 2 is to locate your past self. Step 3 is to find something that will do the job swiftly. Step 4 is hardest part, the conversation and convincing. Somewhere secluded without your husband and kids. And step 5 is to find a way to do it, quick and painless, improvising everywhere in between. You had a lovely meal with Mo tonight. She tried to make pizza from my time. We had more tears than food, but still, it was a lovely goodbye. And if all goes well, I will prevent myself from heading into the future, and Mo will have no recollections of my ever being here. Okay then, tomorrow. You'll go tomorrow. Everly, no matter what happens, you are amazing for trying. Do your best. Skip ahead. 1 people left. Pineys through and through, all people unlocked. From cavemen to Quentonites, you orchestrated the lives and work of a vast historical community. Future Everly Praetus heads back to here. Live life. 1 million experience. Okay, well, I guess I do need to get experience again. Wonderful. Alright, scavenging zones to Y2K. Okay, those are running. Okay, go to work. Y2K. Toss Danny in there, I guess. Toss Everly here. You're idle, so might as well. And then nature locations. Y2K. That's running. This has been running for quite a while. Grand Rosa can go right there. And need to be generating XP back here as well. Currently scavenging. So Dory can be doing that. That's running. Town cemetery. Currently working. Currently scavenging. So you can go there instead. Aspen Forest. Check the experience ratio. It only comes up at a 78% anyway. So, not worth trying to get someone to get rid of my rock supply, which is my only rock supply. Alright, so back to people. Wow, that is draining fast. It feels like I'm walking through a painting I've seen 1,000 times. I know every color of the world, every building in the background, and the vague smell of dogwood trees and gasoline. People moving with their eyes on their smartphones. It's a familiar picture of home. Asbury Pines, and yet it feels unreal. A depiction of what's real. Like I'm watching life happen to everything else but me. I imagine this is how ghosts may feel. May 4th, 2034. I have a day to complete my task. It's a beautiful afternoon, Tuesday. When's the last time in Asbury Pines I stopped to enjoy a Tuesday? The wig does wonders. Or is it that I don't have my signature eye patch on? No one in town recognized me on my long walk from the town hall to the cheap aluminum bleachers by Asbury High sport fields. Even nosy old Wilma Truitt, out watering her gas station shrubs, didn't shoot me with her familiar fake smile. If I remember correctly, right now I'd be grabbing groceries before Danny gets home from coaching the varsity soccer team. What were they called? Ah, right. Go Grey Wolves. Oh. My heart skips. There he is, jogging out. My husband. Love of my life. He glances my way. Double takes. I lower my head into my book. His gaze melts me like a marshmallow. I want his arms around me. I want to cry into his chest and tell him I love him 1,000,000 times. You knew this would be hard, Ev. Remember what you learned. Go now. Let's get something to eat, and then see the kids. I want to believe there's another way, an angle I haven't considered. Do I have to die? Do I have to kill me? You knew your mind would do this. The motions of grief. Painful negotiation. Seeing my kids today. You knew it would be torture, Ev. You knew. And you went anyway. Watched them all have dinner. Grinning Gavin and his cheeky smile. Heather the jitterbug bopping in her chair. Danny getting mashed potatoes in his beard, and you, Ev, actually laughing with them. For a moment I was her. I was in there with them. I was bursting joy. I was home. But yes, you held. You tore yourself away from the window, the view of everything you wanted. That took a lot of fucking strength, Ev. And he slinked through the yard and hid behind the shed and waited. Sobbed and waited long after the houses around you flipped off the lights. You held to what you had to do. When the moon was past midnight and you were sure the family and neighbors were asleep, you took the You took the shed's spare key under the big clay pot of dirt you never used and felt through the options inside. Rake, hedge trimmer, shovel, trowel, hammer, axe. And you stayed strong and locked up, and brought the axe back to the woods. Though dark, the day is almost here, the day of days. Remember, present-day Everly made a resolution a month ago to run at dawn before the kids get up. For health. For the dopamine. For another edge over depression. She'll run right by the edge of the park. Cry now. It's okay. Cry and wail and argue and moan. Let it out, Ev, so that you're ready for the day. Well, some sort of achievement popped, but I did not get to read it because I did not see it. And something, religion, happened. Looks like outright nihilism and star worship finished. Blood for debt divine mandate. The flow of snails and money across eras has increased by 10%. Scavenging zone actions are an additional 20% faster. Alright, so Great Navid. And here we've got Jehovah. And Old Dory brings that down to 18 hours and 40 minutes. Got 2 hours and 30 minutes, 45 hours, 5 hours, 43 minutes. I feel like there should be someone else I can use. Guess not. Everyone's doing something. Danny Pratis. You guys are still watching cartoons? Come on, up and at 'em. Let's get out of those PJs. It's the 2nd anniversary of her funeral. Let's stop by her grave for a moment. I don't want to see Mom like that anymore. I hate it. Don't. The show's almost over. Look at me, both of you. I know it hurts to remember. I know how sad it makes you feel and how uncomfortable it is to have everyone in town know the worst thing that happened to you. It sucks. It's awful. I'm right there with you. Yet I think about your mom every day, even if it makes me sad. Do you know why? Why? Just because she's not around doesn't mean she isn't still helping us grow. Gav, remember how she gave you the silly pirate jokes to tell kids who brought up her eye patch? Uh-huh. She was showing you how to turn a weird situation into something friendly and joyful. That's an amazing lesson to keep alive. Heck, when you went to summer camp and you were worried about making friends, what did Mom do? She snuck a bag of Twix bars into my duffel bag. Mom knew that sharing would be a great way to connect with new people. Isn't that something you can always use? That's why we remember her. She still helps us be awesome people if we remember. So I'm building a cozy place in my memory just for her, even if it's sad sometimes. Later on, when I need help or an answer, I can always visit her in my thoughts. Remembering is so beautiful. In the past, we are found. Says Quentin T. Brown. Ugh. You got it, kiddo. Come on, let's get dressed. After we say hi to Mom, we can stuff ourselves with flapjacks. Check the notification log. Romina, Sheriff Buzz. Alright, where's Romina? There you are. How long? A whole life? Ha, yes, feels like it. Feels like I haven't heard the birds my whole life until now. Now. Wow. Quiet. The quiet. Why? Why no blah 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 blah? Buzz always finds me. That snoop. A whiskey bottle with my fingerprints was in the pine woods, he says. Surprise, surprise, I laugh. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Old Romina takes her medicine. When, where, who, when, who. He pesters my ears like a mosquito until I give it my alibi. Bye-bye, Buzz. I was sleeping with Jim Beam behind Dory's diner. Ha. He whispers it. The Pratis woman is gone. My one-eyed angel. Dead gone, says Buzz. Through the gates of life? No, no. How? He shakes his head. Eyes down. Leaves. Dawn sun warms my face. Warm down to my bones. Third eye sleeps. The world is the world. Why the quiet and the warmth? Unfair. Unfair I get these riches when my purpose is dead with the one-eyed angel. No more plan. No more gatekeeper. What have I done? Anything? Something. Something in me hides. It feels like memory. The dark, the bits, the little girl, the rip, the green gem necklace, and the one-eyed angel. How does it happen? Purpose suddenly becomes something like memory. Oh, look. Ha. A long ago taste. Old girl, when was the last time, The last time your smile tasted tears. Everly Pratis. 10 years ago now, and still. She's still up in the old attic of my memories. God forsaken. No other word for it. A murder so brutal it made the whole town of Asbury Pines look itself in the mirror. We work, we raise kids, we do our best, we let time run its course. And then we're still left scratching our heads. Why did this evil have to happen? Why is the good so damn hard to come by? Even Lady Law has traded indecency for body armor and hairpin triggers. Feels like it's all going to hell. I suppose that's always been the case. Granddad said it, Pa said it, and I bet the kids will say it after we pass. I even bet that the cavemen in Cherokee and Nathaniel Asbury and the rich Sloane family, everyone before us said it, and then everyone after us will. Like it's some sort of truth. Truth's gonna be honest, though. Truth is the bad, and it's also a chickadee whistling its pretty ditty. It's a good plate of biscuits and gravy from Dory's Diner. It's smiling at the Halloween parade. It's smelling summer barbecues and decorating Grand Rosa. It's kissing my wife on the forehead before bed. It's seeing Everly's sweet kids and knowing in your heart she was a special mom. Yeah, I think that's why she sticks with me. When I remember Everly Pratis, I remember the evil. And then I remember why we ought to keep trying. Yeah, that's gonna take a bit of experience. The talk. 5:37 a.m. Future Everly. We can stop here by the abandoned grave. I know you just ran, so feel free to sit on that stump over there. Present Everly. Why won't you put the axe down? Why won't you promise that you won't hurt me? If you're actually me, then you know I have 2 kids, Gavin Heth, both delivered by C-section. Gavin in March 23rd, 2024, and Heather on September 9th, 2022. A wonderful husband, Danny. High school sweetheart, loves bratwurst. His ears are super ticklish. Left one has a freckle on the lobe that looks like a stud earring. I know everything about us. This is a sick fucking prank, right? No. No, Ev. I almost wish it were. Like I said, I'm you, but from the future of this town, our world. Here, toss me your necklace. The green gem pendant from Danny. Yes, I know all about it. Now watch. What the fuck? What did you do? I opened a time portal. I know, sounds crazy. But this is what I once went through to end up in the future. This gem is the key to opening a temporal... Ugh, I can only imagine how this sounds. Like something out of a superhero movie. I know your shock and your confusion. I really do. I was you. I still am you. So why? Why are you forcing me into the woods with an axe? I need you to listen to our story. I want you to know everything I learned about us in the 10 years I spent in the future. But I'll start with you, with the earliest memory we share. Ever since we can remember, we had trouble sleeping because we felt like we weren't normal. 9:42 a.m. 4 hours later. That's a robo-eye like from Terminator? Not just a prosthetic little marble? Come with me if you want to live. Heh, yep. It takes in complex visual data that's translated to the particular neural stimulation recognized by the optic nerve, and the occipital lobe does the rest. No pain receptors. Check it out. You know, that bit would have worked better if the camera was on. Ha, cool. Look at me go with that fancy medical talk. I sure got smart, huh? All thanks to our great-great-great-grandkid. He came up with exomnus, that language I was telling you about. The purest language for learning. Once your mind calibrates to it, pretty much anything you want to know gets delivered in the simplest, purest, most resonant way. And this Quent place is a human paradise? As far as I know, it's the closest we get to anything resembling paradise. The people aren't like here. In Quent, they prioritize each other, and innovation is meant to maximize freedom, curiosity, and learning. you ask me, Danny's the one to thank for that. His ideas about, oh, don't start crying or I'll start crying. Danny's calling. What do I say? What am I supposed to say? We need to be strong, Ev. Tell him you feel great. The run was exactly what you needed, and you went to grab your favorite spinach and ham omelet from Dory's Diner. You'll like it. Hearing you happy. Hey, babe. Yeah, real good, actually. Thanks for wrangling the kiddos. You're the absolute best. I mean it. It's not fair, though. Why is the greatest thing in the world only happening because we die? How can that be right? It's not right. It just is. I hate that the calculations, as many times as I checked, were never wrong. I hate that we're dealing with facts. And I hate that I had the time and space to process all this while you have to bear it now, fully, under a ticking clock. I'm supposed to be okay with traumatizing my entire family? Danny and the kids will be crushed, like emotionally fucked up for life. Ev, I'm never going to disagree that this isn't a horrible situation. It's literally the worst hand we can be dealt by destiny. It's devastatingly cruel. Oh, sure, let me start raising a family and then kill myself so that my descendants can go through a bunch of unimaginable pain and suffering and bullshit to save humanity. Even with the time I had to deal with this idea, I'm frustrated to the bone. But how have you gotten this far? You studied for like 10 years. You came back to my time. You got an axe. You stalked me and forced me out here. How are you able to say yes at every step? You know, I never told anyone this, but fuck humanity. I don't care about Quent or Paradise. I definitely don't care about society's progress more than my family. I'm not some time-traveling hero version of yourself bent on saving the human race. I'm you. I'm a mom. I can't fathom loving anything more than Danny and the kids. So knowing about all the shit that's going to happen to this world, knowing that Danny will shape amazing people, knowing that they'll make it through, knowing that they'll be the best versions of us, knowing all that is why I'm here. I'm a mom doing what I think is best. I'm protecting our family based on everything I know. That's it. That's why I'm okay with being here with an axe. You'll chop me clean, right? Quick. As smooth as possible. The bionic eye has been miraculous for my hand-eye coordination. It's all about the precision of the slice, the angle of the cut, where the blade meets the muscle tissue and bone. God. Sorry. I'm shaking too much. I'm so tense. Just knock me out first. Position my neck on the stump, however it's best, and then do it. Wait. Stand up. Look me in the eye and tell me you want this. I don't want this. Not at all. I want what's best. I trust us. We've never been ones to feel this about ourselves, but you should hear it. I know we're numb to happiness when we don't want to be. I know we're depressed crybabies putting on a face for the ones we love. I know we don't accomplish anything worthy of history books, but that doesn't matter to me, because I know this too. We're good moms. The world runs on good moms. The world is saved by good moms. Good moms who are scared shitless, broken down, and struggling with mental health. Good moms who want to curl up into a ball in the darkest corner of the attic, but instead cook fried chicken and mashed potatoes, tease out giggles from the kids, and blow kisses to dad. Good moms are not getting any monuments, and I'm okay with that. So I want you to hear it at least once from the person in the mirror. I want you to hear what I never had the courage to tell myself. Everly Pratis, I'm proud of us. And I love you. Me too, Everly Pratis. I love you too. And now to wait for like 12 hours while the XP builds up. Well, at least religion and science and government will finish by then. Okay, I don't know when this happened. It popped up. Everly mystery solved. All quest items completed. Your third eye has opened. The flow of events in the river of time, the intertwining tapestry of lives, places, triggers, effects, and forces that shape the past and future of Asbury Pines is yours to behold. Okay. Why did that pop up? Oh, right. Because of nature locations. H2Go. Water is life. The expansive underground reservoir gurgling to the surface gives Quent an explosion of sustenance. The city rapidly irrigates farms, builds homes, and lays infrastructure to accommodate more and more migrants. The dirty, squabbling masses at the gates are cleaned, clothed, fed, and sheltered so they can focus on learning. Those that refuse to break from violence and barbarism are given a sack of food and a map of the great waterhole roads. But the great many are eager to contribute to the symbiosis of the community. In turn, the community creates more positive energy than it consumes, much like nuclear fusion, which is expected to be harnessed in a matter of years. Familiar wild, slingshots, seasoned jerkies, antler-headed knives, magnifying glasses, quills, and colored inks, long-necked pipes, leather-bound books, fur hats, dry bundles of lavender, potted herbs, jugs of honeyed mead, and shelves with whittled figurines of boars and bears. The cabin of a man who cultivates nature and the simple joys it offers. A deep woods, home for listening to the whispers of the wind and mind. A place that bridges the depths of the wild with the wisdom to gently shape it. How inviting for a lost, nervous child who is curious to learn about the world. Well, once they hit 100%, I can turn them off and then cause a time paradox by, using all of the hides in the past to get this to 100%. I don't know if 1.7k is actually enough to get this done. It's spent 13.7k to get to 80% on each or so. So 1.7 is definitely not enough. However, I am going to be pausing again, so we'll find out later. Alright, took him off of this because it was burning through all the stone and I went negative. So this is 100%, so future Everly can come off of that. Eventually, the bird will be able to finish this off. Actually, you know what? Oh yeah, everyone else is kind of still doing important stuff, so still bird. It's going up at a decent rate. Only 0.8% left to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so what is that? 10 more? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And finished. Great. And now it's just the aviary. Hides are rapidly decreasing. Time paradox. This will remain forever. Oop. All nature locations explored. You see that true wealth is measured in our experiences of the world beyond our backpacks. So all of this can turn off now, because I no longer need resources other than experience. and only experience from the past / present. Mama Lulu. Mama Lulu was the first roadrunner trapped and successfully domesticated for breeding by the Quentonites, and breed she did. A calm, satisfied bird, she seemed grateful for the protection of the coop and the consistency of the feed. Her eggs appeared during the usual nesting time of spring, but she often delivered a second brood in late summer, a sign of a happy hen. All of the Quentonites revered her serenity. Countless nights were spent, pondering and discussing the paradox of being trapped and happy. When Obark warriors brought destruction to the aviary, Mama Lulu was the first and only bird to have her neck snapped by a Quentonite's hand. Well, I might as well be consuming rocks then. Never mind. People are still being used for stuff. Let's see. Community, missing 1. Scavenging zone, missing 5. So that's 1, 2, 3, and then the 2 in the Neolithic. Well, people are still working on that. This is going to take 2 hours still. This is going to take 2 hours still. This is going to take an hour or 2 hours still. And skip ahead. Alright. Reform Judaism seems like it's about to finish. Never mind, it'll be one more. And then I can reassign all of these guys into something else, and everyone got a +10 to their religion. So let's see. Put spirit there, put you there, and Will there. That'll be 17 minutes to finish that off. Then Uramina can go there. CC can go there. Friar Enoch can go there. 1, 2, 3. Non-denominational Christianity can take Isaiah, I suppose. And then evangelicals can get Wenda. And I think that's all of the characters that I can use, except for Wilma, and she's currently scavenging anyway. Hey, you know what? She probably doesn't need to be scavenging. There we go. 7 hours and 15 minutes until that finishes. 16 minutes until that finishes. 1 hour 30 minutes until that finishes. And 9 hours until those finish. Okay. So I believe I can now go to sleep, have all of these finish, and then stick the good ones on these when I wake up. Actually, you know what? I should probably wait for 16 minutes so I can stick them back on this. Alright, Pond Monitor Society is about to finish. The swirl of the algae, the constellation of the lily pads and shifting waters. This is the language that speaks of tomorrow. Turtle divination. Living actions are an additional 25% faster. Absolutely useless to me at this point. And that'll be 5 hours, so time for bed. I'll pick this up, and all of these religion things will have finished. And that'll unlock these two, and this one. Then it'll just be however many hours for this, and then these two, and then everything in religion will be done. We the people, all governments completed. Through many social contracts across Asbury Pines history, you have motivated, monumental efforts. So that's every government done. Ecological monasticism. All characters gain +10 to life skills. Nature radiates with its own divinity. We are closest to perceiving the grand tapestry of the living world through psychedelics. Alright, 8 more to go. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The other 2. 8. There it is. 2 hours, 39 minutes left to go for that one. Alright, back to sleep. Trash to treasure. All scavenging zones completed. When it comes to living off of your environment, you know exactly where to look around town. Chaos Destiny. Living actions are an additional 50% faster. Holistic symbioticism. All characters gain +15 to life skills. Harmonious Suffering. All people gain a +4 to every skill that they possess. Scavenging zone actions are an additional 30% faster. Old World Folklore. In a world of chaotic strife, tribal communities bond through stories of local heroes and bloody victories. Lore is a comforting pillar of consistency in an unpredictable desertscape. Ancient god Vicodin balances the world's suffering on his terrible scale of pain. Pray to him your hurt and trouble so that he may weigh your anguish and dispense it in equal measure upon the violators of your peace. Put my best units on this one. That'll be another 8 hours. Holistic symbioticism. According to ancient revelations about the human genome, we are all nearly alike. Why should we compete instead of cooperate when I am you and you are me? Toss CC on there. The loop timeline of our existence flows into itself. Everything that has happened will happen. Everything that will happen has happened. Chaos Destiny. So we've got Wenda. And toss a little on there. And put New Romina on there. 11 hours. Layla. And Enoch. That'll be another 13 hours. And over here we have Isaiah. You're working. Old Dory. And Jehovah. So 13 hours and all of these will be done. Perks. The only thing left is the 4 religion perks. Okay, nature's done, work's done, scavenging's done, artifacts done, science done, governing done. Religion is the only thing left. Check to make sure that all the nature locations are either done or working. Yeah, they're all done. Okay. Check the percentages. 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 90.05%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 90.28%. And I could do Everly Praetus right now because I've got 7.5 million XP banked. But I think I will instead come back in 13 more hours. Alright, Harmonious Suffering's about to finish, and then I can reassign these guys to other ones. Oh, come on! You were a 51, that goes down to 3 hours. You can have you, and that comes down to 3 hours. Okay, you're at 82. I cannot really improve on that. So I guess that's all I'm doing. Alright. Be back in 3 hours and 30 minutes or so. Okay, Chaos Destiny is about to finish, and then I can reassign these guys to slightly more equitable areas. And I mean slightly because I already rearranged things. Okay, let's see. You are 60, you are a 54, and you are a 62, so you're the best one to replace with a 78. That brings it down to 40 minutes and 17 seconds. Okay, 62 can be replaced. There we go, down to 37, 62, can be replaced with Will. Great. Now we're down to 34, 42, and 34, 31. Alright, they should both finish at about the same time now. And behold, we are within 1 minute. Holistic symbioticism. Yeah. And spiritual awakening. All religions worshipped. Efficiency expert. Behold the greatest truth. We are all connected. With your awareness and empathy fully formed, the truth becomes clear. We are all connected. Blah, blah, blah. Perks all done. And then we have Everly Praetus. You've completed everything. Game 100%. Total victory. Congrats, you have 100% completed Aubrey Pines. Prophet of the Pines. The deep thrum of the living universe speaks to you. Our deepest thanks for making it this far. You've fully explored Asbury Pines, and our sincerest hope is that you had fun along the way. We'd love to distinguish you in our community Discord. After joining, DM a developer with a screenshot of this message. Well, give me a minute. Need to hit the print screen button, I guess. There we go. And then here we have May 5th, 2034. Everly Praetus ceases to be, but she is never forgotten. In her place, through centuries of trouble and turmoil in Asbury Pines, the Praetus family perseveres. Her memory holds the truth they carry, the truth that shapes the world, the truth that is carved into her bronze statue at the gates of Quent. In the past, we are found. Just gonna slowly scroll through this. Alright, skip through all that because we already know all this. Praetus bloodline. Who? Everly Praetus. How? Plan. Aftermath. Murder report. Why? A mother's duty. And then these are the time travelers. Call it there.